Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council hearing on the Committee on Immigration. At this time, please silence all electronics and do not approach the dais. I repeat, please do not approach the dais. If you're testifying today, make sure you fill out a slip with the Sergeant at Arms in the hallway. Thank you very much, Chair. You may begin.
I now open this hearing. So good morning. I am Councilmember Alexa Aviles, Chair of the Committee on Immigration. Thank you all for joining us today. We will be exploring how the city is addressing the mental health needs of immigrants in New York City. I'd like to begin by thanking the representatives of the administration, members of the public, and my committee colleagues who have joined us here today. I would also like to note that we are in a new hearing room, as you can tell, and we are the first committee to have a hearing in our new space, so we are testing out a lot. So I ask of you all some patience and grace, but it is quite a beautiful room. So thank you to all the staff who made this happen. And please note, interpretation will be available today in Spanish, French, Arabic, and Wolof. If you are in council chambers today and are interested in listening to this hearing in those languages, there are headsets available outside in the hallway. If you would like to testify and require interpretation, please indicate this on the witness slip or inform a sergeant if you have already submitted your slip. So New York City owes a lot to immigrants. The richness of our art, of our food, the strength and creativity of our businesses, so much comes from our immigrant community. This city is special because of immigrants, their children, and their great-grandchildren who live here, work, and learn here. But under this presidential administration, our immigrant community is under attack. From day one, the president has instituted hateful and incomprehensible policies that demonize, threaten, and harm immigrants in many ways. These actions have devastating consequences, resulting in immigrants and their family members afraid to leave their homes, not seeking care, or calling for help. Many are scared to take their children to school. People are being forced to choose between health, food, and education, and the risk of detention and deportation. People are afraid of being approached by masked, unidentifiable agents who will take them away from everything they know and love. Immigrants who have lived and worked in this city for years and years are now wondering if their status could be threatened and worrying that they'll be profiled and arrested. The toll of these actions take on mental health and well-being of immigrants and their loved ones is unimaginable. Punitive policies have devastating consequences on the mental health of immigrants and their descendants. And this could be compounding an already traumatizing experience to get to New York. Immigrants who have come here to fulfill a calling to protect themselves or give a better life to their children deserve complete and protected access to care and the city resources. New York City cannot sit idly by as we witness these devastating actions inflicted on the immigrant community. We must ensure that everyone can access health care, that everyone feels safe to report a crime to the police, that children can learn in schools without fear, and that they have access to immigration legal services. These are basic rights, but ones that are now being challenged to fight for, and so many in the city. We must work together to sustain a city that values and protects all people who make it special. And today we'll look to how we can improve the mental health and well-being of our immigrant community. I would like to thank all the committee staff for their work on this hearing, including Nicole Cata, Senior Legislative Counsel, Rebecca Barilla, Senior Policy Analyst, Carolina Gill, Principal Capital Analyst, and Florentine Cabor, Unit Head. Finally, I'd like to thank my staff, Chief of Staff Edward Cerna, Deputy Chief of Staff Christina Botego, Legislative Policy Analyst Kate Byrne, and our communications director, Winnie Marion, and everyone in the background for making this hearing run smoothly. I have been joined by Councilmember Joseph and Councilmember Brewer. Thank you so much, council members, for being here today. And now I will turn it over to committee counsel to administer the oath.
Thank you, Chair. We will now hear testimony from the administration, including Aaron Byrne and Kenneth Lowe from Moya and Nisha Argawal from DOHMH. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you to Chair Avalos and to the Committee on Immigration for holding this oversight hearing. Congratulations on the hearing space. It's beautiful. My name is Kenneth Lowe, and I serve as Senior Advisor on Interagency Partnerships at the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. I'm pleased to be joined by Moya's Chief of Staff, Aaron Byrne, and Nisha Agarwal, Executive Director of Policy and Communications for the Division of Mental Hygiene at the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. I will add that I had the privilege of serving under Nisha Agarwal when she was Commissioner of Moya, and just as I have a privilege of serving under Commissioner Castro now. I want to begin by reaffirming Moya's mission. We remain steadfast in our responsibility to improve access to city programs, benefits, and services for all of New York City's immigrant and non-English speaking communities. At a time when federal immigration enforcement has led to the detention and separation of families and community members nationwide, Moya has a critical role to play in supporting vulnerable New Yorkers. Currently, many immigrants experience fear, uncertainty, and emotional stress that has been taking a significant toll on their mental health. Although Moya does not provide direct mental health programs, Commissioner Castro's vision is for us to be grounded in community and focused on those most in need. As a result, our approach is to address the mental health needs of immigrant New Yorkers is threefold. First, we elevate timely and accurate messages to immigrant communities. Next, we fund legal services that provide critical assistance to those needing immigration relief. Last, we coordinate amongst interagency partners to provide the services that meet the mental health needs of immigrant New Yorkers. So first, on timely and accurate messaging, it is clear that the recent federal policy changes on immigration have created significant anxiety and emotional stress with immigrant communities, along, as you mentioned, the hateful anti-immigrant rhetoric. As a result, receiving clear, culturally relevant language without speculating and adding to people's fear and anxiety is critical. Moya focuses on providing clear and timely messages which encourage residents to access city services without fear and to be informed of their rights. As you've heard from the mayor, the City of New York continues to uphold and defend our sanctuary city laws. Regardless of immigration status, families should also continue to send their children to school, access medical care, and call 911 in emergencies. One of the ways that Moya elevates these messages is through our immigrant media roundtables, which bring together reporters from trusted ethnic and community media outlets to share resources and answer questions on topics including health, education, housing, emergency preparedness, and workers' rights. Moya also disseminates vetted messaging through printed and digital flyers and booklets, social media outlets, days of action tabling events, and resource fairs, Know Your Rights workshops, and leadership participation in community meetings across immigrant communities. In 2025 alone, Moya's outreach team has made direct contact with over 25,000 immigrant New Yorkers. Second, addressing the cause of fear and anxiety through access to legal services. The fear that many immigrants are experiencing right now is significant. Immigrants face unique stressors such as fear of deportation and limited access to legal work, amongst many others, that has been negatively impacting their mental health. In addition, anti-immigrant rhetoric and policies have become significant mental health stressors. Moya's response focuses on expanding access to legal services. We've launched the largest, most comprehensive municipal immigrant legal services network in the United States. The 38 Moya Legal Support Centers help community members understand their legal options, providing a range of services including legal screenings, pro se application support to individuals seeking immigration relief, and full representation as part of our Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. These centers are staffed by trustworthy providers, are located in immigrant neighborhoods, offer a wide array of services in multiple languages, and provide what's needed for a family to feel supported. While this is only a part of the solution, access to free, safe, and qualified immigration legal services makes a difference in addressing a root cause of stress and anxiety amongst immigrant New Yorkers. We'd also like to thank Council for additional funding of legal services this fiscal year, and note that we look forward to further resourcing CBOs to increase access to legal services in the future. And finally, Moya coordinates across city partners to ensure that services are accessible to immigrants. Moya recently hosted its first annual convening between CBO partners and city agencies to strengthen collaboration and improve referral pathways for services, including mental health supports. We engage with the health department to ensure that mental health resources are accessible in multiple languages in alignment with local laws 30 and 13. Moya has also partnered with the Office of Community and Mental Health to translate mental health resource guides into the 10 designated citywide languages and beyond, ensuring that immigrant communities from a variety of linguistic backgrounds know how to access mental health services during a crisis or on an ongoing basis. We are committed to addressing the root causes of stress and anxiety within immigrant communities and are working closely with our partner agencies. Thank you to City Council for the opportunity to testify on this important issue, and thank you to the civil servants and nonprofits for supporting immigrant communities. We look forward to continued collaboration to support the mental health and overall well-being of immigrant New Yorkers.
Yeah, I did. Good morning, Chair Avilas and the members of the committee. I am Nisha. Okay. I am Nisha Agarwal, Executive Director of Policy and Communications for the Division of Mental Hygiene in the Health Department. I am honored to testify with Aaron Byrne, Chief of Staff, and Ken Lowe, Senior Advisor for Language Access in the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, and I am a proud alum as a former commissioner of Moya. I have a short black hair and beige skin color. I'm wearing a multicolored dress and black leggings, and I have a handy cane at my side. And I love this this room. It's beautiful. On behalf of Acting Commissioner Morris, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm going to share a few brief remarks in this hearing, but the full testimony has been shared by the chair and the committee members. Earlier this year, the Health Department, alongside our partners at Moya and H&H, published an open letter to immigrant New Yorkers, reiterating that in New York City, you have the right to healthcare, regardless of immigration status or your ability to pay. Promoting mental health is a critical part of this responsibility. For example, NYC 988 is a critical resource for all New Yorkers who need mental health support. Anyone can reach out to 988 at any time, day or night, any day of the year, to speak to a trained crisis counselor or a peer specialist, peer support specialist. Callers are never asked to disclose their immigration status. Texts, phone, and online chat are staffed with people who speak English and Spanish, with an additional interpretation support available in over 200 languages. 988 can refer callers to services that meet their individual needs and preferences, including language, insurance, and a location. With children and youth, all of our programs serve everyone, regardless of immigration status. We also have providers that have expertise working with immigrant communities, particularly in the context of ICE and deportation. Looking forward, we are organizing the Immigrant Mental Health Convening in collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs on September 23rd. We've been planning this event for months with community organizations with expertise in immigration and mental health. The convening is designed to be highly interactive and relies on the active participation of attendees. Our goal is to inform gaps in mental health services and supports for immigrant New Yorkers in light of this heightened anxiety and fear, and begin conversations of intervention and partnership. We hope that Chair Avilas, Lee Schulman, and Deputy Speaker Ayala will be able to attend so we can continue this important conversation. Finally, a personal note. 8 years ago, while I was in the operating room from my brain cancer, a stroke happened. I could not speak, walk, or move independently. For the first time, I felt vulnerable. It was through my family, friends, doctors, therapists, coworkers, and an immense community that I can now walk and talk and argue and dance. Like immigrants, like my parents, or all New Yorkers like me, we all want to move from vulnerability to power and freedom. I am honored that I work with the health department. If you are in need, we can help. We rely on the feedback of our partners in City Council and the members of the community, like those who are going to testify today. I wanted to thank you for your partnership and support in this important work, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us here today. We remember your tenure very fondly, and we're glad, well, maybe not so much that you can argue back, because you are indeed formidable, but thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I guess, I just want to start out with something for the record. So this hearing was noticed to the administration August 11th, and I'm wondering why the commissioner could not make it a priority to be here and sit before this council.
Chair, the commissioner has many engagements these days. It's not an unwillingness or unwant to be here. It's really twofold. One, the commissioner is spending a lot of time in immigrant communities right now. I think that's
Yeah,
new
he
news.
was in my neighborhood last night at a party, but why couldn't he be here this morning?
We're one team at Moya, and we're here. Ken and I, well, I can say my teammate Ken brings a wealth of experience, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to testify to you all. That is the justification for why Ken and I are representing.
I appreciate your presence here without question, but I do take affront that the commissioner seems not to prioritize these committee hearings. This administration seems not to prioritize hearings across the board, as we were talking about federal funding cuts yesterday, and no one from the administration showed up. While we are facing some of the largest attacks on our city, this administration seems to be fine with not having leadership show up to testify for the people of New York City. So I, again, appreciate you. Appreciate your attempt at addressing some of these questions, but I continue to be offended by this administration's hypocrisy towards immigrant communities. and the fact that they are a lot of talk and no action. So let's get into the questions. So let's start with Department of Health. Can you tell us what city programs and resources have shown the most promise in meeting the mental health needs of immigrant communities?
So I'll begin by talking about our general. Do you want to know about immigrant New Yorkers or the services that we do? Services.
The services, please.
Okay, good. So let me pull that forward. So we are, the health department is committed to protect all people, including immigrant New Yorkers. And all of our services and resources are all available regardless of immigration status, your ability to pay, your national origin, sex, age, any other characteristic. For us, healthcare, including mental health care, is a right, not a privilege. And so we have access to 988, supportive housing, teen space. All of our programs and policies are available to immigrants, regardless of their status, their language, etc.
How does DOHMH conduct outreach for the New York City 988 in immigrant communities?
Yeah. So to get into more detail, the 988 provides service in English and Spanish, as I shared in my testimony, and providers, 988 counselors are highly trained to assist callers through moments of crisis, regardless of the underlying reason or trigger, and that can help them to appropriately share where the support and care that is needed. And we also do mobile crisis teams, supportive housing, clubhouses, teen space. A range of work that we're doing is all related to immigration as well as everyone else.
Can you give us a sense of the scale and scope? Because obviously we're not asking folks for their status. How many people are engaged in 988 and how much of the service is actually provided in another language? That could give us some indication.
Yeah, so we don't provide like those particular for communities that we serve, but we can share some data, general data and survey data from the immigrant health report, which happened in April of this past year, and it was called the Health of Immigrants in New York City. And immigrants in New York City, as you know, are a vast and diverse group, representing over 1/3 of the city's population. And the comprehensive report provides a broad picture of immigrant healthcare in New York. The report found that immigrants in New York contribute greatly for the longevity of the city. They have higher average life expectancy and lower death rates from healthcare or from a health disease and cancer, but there are also challenges. Immigrant adults are nearly twice as likely to lack access to health insurance as US-born adults. Immigrants with depression are less likely to receive mental health treatment compared to US-born residents with depression. And on teens, the percentage of public health school students who seek help for a professional counselor, a social worker, or a therapist is lower. among students who do not speak English at home compared to those who do speak English at home. So those are some examples that we have to share that the concerns of immigrant New Yorkers. And in the end, we're going to really look forward to next week in the convening, where we're going to actually talk to people involved in this work day to day and hear from them. What is the concerns that your communities or your members are feeling and feeling today?
I mean, obviously the report is important. However, I mean, would you say that these findings were surprising to you? I feel like we have been seeing the same element of barriers now heightened under this administration, which is actively and violently pursuing immigrant New Yorkers, that all these elements would be even more heightened.
Yeah.
I guess given that we know that and we know there is a clear path of violence that this Trump administration is taking, and the mayor's not standing up to, what are the agency's responses to these very items that have been clearly identified?
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern, especially this federal administration. And also in our immigrant health report, we noticed that the process of adaptation and adjustment, as you had mentioned, to a new cultural environment, as well as linguistic and cultural barriers, play an important role for mental health in New Yorkers and immigrants in particular. And the current political environment has heightened the fear and anxiety among immigrant New Yorkers, and the rise of ongoing violence and anti-immigration is terrible. So some positive things that we are trying to relieve is one, doing some outreach to engage immigrant New Yorkers and New Yorkers in general. We provide a variety of courses to learn how to identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental health challenges. And I'll give you an example. We do mental health ambassadors to help reach in, engage, listen to, and listen to community members and New Yorkers with lived experience to amplify community priorities, build community partnership, and support local connections in that community. And in just the last 3 months, we've facilitated 54 workshops and had 100 participants. So that's one example of the things we are trying to move forward. And of course, the convening that we're happening will be another way to move it forward as opposed to sit back.
Thank you. In terms of the, just going back to the data around New York City 988, can you provide to the council some data around what the incoming has been and any kind of general aggregate data around what we're finding with 988 and whether it's effective in actually reaching, across New York City? Because we know mental health is a serious concern across all communities.
Yeah, we can't provide specific immigration related.
No, not specific,
Okay.
just general aggregate data to get a sense of how our neighbors are using this service, whether they are using it, and the overall touch points. How much are using it in various languages? Are we seeing, trends in areas where there's a lot more use, which may tell us we need better targeting or different marketing, or how are we using our community partners?
Yeah, so The data, I will follow up on that because I don't know the specific data, but our work in 988, as I mentioned before, does language access for English and Spanish, and then 200 languages. And I'll follow more information about like if we have any data related to language and the result of people having fear and anxiety. I'll follow up if you don't mind.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. So at the, I'd like to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember Krishnan. Thank you for being here, Councilmember. At the previous hearing on this subject, Thrive NYC was actively providing immigrant communities information on mental health resources. How has the city incorporated any of the programming or resources from Thrive NYC now that it's no longer active? Does any of those remnants remain?
Thrive has been converted in a way to 988. And so that's the way that we changed Thrive to 988.
Got it. Thank you. Under Local Law 158 of 2023, DOHMH shared a report on their annual trauma-informed healthcare for individuals serving refugees, asylees, asylum seekers, and migrants. Since the report is expected later this week, can DOHMH share how trauma-informed trainings are being updated considering the growing punitive policies affecting immigrants?
Yes, we don't have the data currently, and we're hoping to get that soon. But as we know, this has been heightened, and we're going to wait for the survey results. But I think we can anticipate that it will be informative on what the federal administration has done to community members, especially immigrant community members.
Okay. Well, we await the report. In the mental health report, the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families shared their recommendation for standardization of mental health screenings to be revised to be more culturally relevant and appropriate, and adjusting questions so as not to offend clients and encourage them to answer more accurately. How has DOHMH amended their screenings relevant to this recommendation?
Yeah, so some background. We agree that cultural and linguistic differences can pose barriers in diagnosis and treatment, and understanding the scope of mental health needs impact New Yorkers and immigrant New Yorkers. And so we contract with a wide range of CBOs and community mental health providers to that represent and serve many immigrant New York City and immigrant New Yorkers. We also prioritize language access in our services. I'll talk a little bit about our staff. So our community-facing staff are trained yearly on access to translation services by phone and video. And many staff are also do a fluency exam to be get certified to provide access to their languages and to their clients. And then finally, we are compliant with the law on refugees, asylees, and migrants. Specifically, we added our existing trauma information into our work on immigrants, asylum seekers, and migrants.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but did you in fact incorporate the changes to the actual screening? You did, and you have multilingual staff. That's okay. Thank you. So, how has DOHMH produced guidance or best practices around cultural sensitivity for discussing mental health with different foreign-born populations?
Yeah, so we used that information to start to realize that our CBOs can provide an important context for the health department to understand what is needed specifically for those communities. But we also want to improve our stuff and working with you guys, the council, and community members. How can we do this better, more effectively, et cetera? We want to hear that feedback. And so thank you for raising that question. And then I'm hoping that people will raise that in our convening as well of ways that we can improve our work.
So, have you received any incoming around that, or are you convening providers? What changes have you materially made to improve cultural sensitivity for the way we are engaging in?
Yeah,
in-
no, what we would like more ideas from you all and from the convening on what we could do. We've done the local law 158. We've tried to do those. We've worked with nonprofits that are doing immigrant community work, but we want to have more. And so that's the goal. And it would be great to continue this conversation with you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, and if I'll turn it over to my colleagues so they can also ask questions. So, can you talk to me a little bit about what kind of advocacy DOHMH has been involved with relevant to mental health care for immigrants?
Sure. So as I mentioned, we do a lot of trainings with immigrant New Yorkers and New Yorkers in general. And I'll give you another example that we have done that's been very positive to immigrants and generally New Yorkers. It's the Community Mental Wellness and Resilience. It's a 3-hour educational curriculum focused on community level mental health promotion and resilience. And the work that we've done in the ambassadors is also very crucial. We're doing work getting into and in reach to community members, immigrant community members as well.
Okay. So, is DOH responsible for the Every New Yorker Without Exception campaign? And if so, how does DOHMH engage with this campaign?
I'm not 100% clear on that.
Okay. Moya, do you know the answer to that? Nobody knows. Okay.
We can't speak to that.
Oh, okay. Moving on. Could you tell us for the record where might someone calling NYC 988 for help be directed to?
Yeah, so you call 988 and they, I actually haven't done this, but I think they will direct you where you're, if you care, if your needs are, I want it in this location, if I want it in this language, in this language, etc., and then you'll be referred to nonprofit, other resources.
Okay. So many immigrant children speak indigenous languages, yet interpretation and culturally competent providers are scarce. What steps is DOHMH taking to expand indigenous language access and ensure providers can meet the needs of immigrant youth?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, for us, we do in-house translation on Spanish, Chinese, Russian, French, and Haitian Creole. And we have translation interpretation along with 240 plus languages. And so I'll check and see if we do indigenous languages, but if not, that is a very good idea to focus on this, because I think that that adding those languages will help immigrant New Yorkers and New Yorkers in general.
Well, certainly, we have a local provider in the house, Mixteca, who provides a number of services in indigenous languages and could offer a lot of guidance there. But it's absolutely needed
Right.
in the communities. In terms of how many non-US born people reported mental health needs this year compared to last?
Yeah, so we can't share the specifics of non-US born people because for privacy concerns. But in general, in our immigrant health report, we have some details on surveys and broad level, but we can't share it in detail.
Could you give us like a percentage? Is that
We
no? You
yeah.
can't. Okay. Okay, no problem. I'd be happy to turn it over to Councilmember Brewer if you would like to jump in, Councilmember.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions. First of all, September 23rd sounds great. Are you going to have a problem getting people who are nervous about participating in things to participate?
No, for two reasons. One, we have been working for this for months, and we called people and did one-on-ones with many of them, and they shared their thoughts on work that we need to do for that convening. So, for example, the federal administration is a big problem. How can we partner with CBOs is another big partner, a big thought. And the other is language access for mental health services for immigrant New Yorkers continues to be a problem. So we're very confident that people will show up and be active in that conversation. It's not going to be like the health department just like talking.
You need to talk a little bit more into the mic. Just
Oh,
good.
sorry.
Okay.
It's not like the health department will just talk. We want the community members to receive their information and their thoughts.
Okay. The reason I ask, I spent a lot of time with the, I would say, young deliveristas. My Fulani's not bad right now. It's getting better.
Yeah.
And so my question is, with them, for instance, they don't go anywhere. They stay within their community because of all these issues. So one other place that I'm curious about is, are you training some of the mosques and the imams about mental health? And if so, how does that program work? Because that's where they go.
Yeah. So we have some, we have a diverse group of convening participants, but we haven't been gone to the mosques, et cetera. And that's a really great idea to like.
I can give you more good ideas.
Yeah, that would be really great. Thank you very
I
much.
have lots of good ideas.
I love it very much.
It's all about the cell phone. They don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, New York won because they're all in my house. They have to watch it. But other than that, it's clueless. It's all cell phone and imams.
Yeah.
Nothing else. So that's where I would focus. I mean,
I heard that a WhatsApp is huge for
exactly.
immigrant community.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then the schools. My question would be within school-based health, which I'm very supportive of, and I know you are, depending on the funding problems. How are they being trained? Hopefully, as many parents and young people as possible are taking advantage of
Yeah.
school-based health. So how is that? Because if you got the people on the street, you got the 80,000 deliveristas, some of which are needing your services, and then you got the kids in the schools and the parents. If you take care of those two, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah. So
How are we doing with the parents?
Yeah. So I'll give the broad picture of any student attending a New York City public school with a mental health provider on site has access to high quality mental health support regardless of the immigration status. And the providers also engage in workshops regarding in classrooms, classroom presentations and wellness workshops to staff focusing on engaging their identification of distress and referring students, and then family community engagement between events to build trust and build awareness.
It's all about trust.
Yeah.
And so my question would be, so somebody's overseeing, either Moya or somebody else is paying attention to school-based healthcare
100%.
to see if they are in fact doing what you just suggested?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So, you know, some of the schools are like very focused on this population, but some are not, and they're just there.
Yeah.
Okay. The other question I have is, like these deliveristas, Jesus God, am I involved with them? So they have New York Cares from H&H, right? And they call the number. I told them to call the number, and then they get a primary care doctor. That's what Dr. Katz told me. So that's what I do. I got tons of them. I mean, like tons. And so that will pay for mental health if they need it. And I'm trying to figure out, how do they get mental health? They're on the street, they're delivering, they're going to school, they're finding jobs, but they do have this one opportunity for healthcare. So would that cover mental health? Would that kind of primary care? How does that work?
I'm sorry, I forgot the.
The only health care you have
Yeah.
is your card from New York Cares.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
That's it. You got nothing else. Unless I send them to the Ryan Health Center, which, you know, I do also. But so I'm just trying to make sure, how do they access mental health? They can call 988. They never heard of 988. I'm going to tell you honestly. They never
Okay.
heard of it. I asked them. So then the question is, they do know that they need a primary care doctor.
Yeah.
So they call this number. They do get a primary care doctor. Of course, going is another story, but at least they have somebody. Would that person be able to refer them to mental health, participate in mental health? How do they know about that? That's my question. I know that's an H&H question, but somebody has to be paying attention to this. That's how they get their health care.
The short answer to your question is yes. The primary care provider, provided through NYC Cares, can refer that client to a social worker, therapist, or psychiatrist as needed, with support through both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay, somebody's paying attention to see if that's happening. Is there any oversight? Is that just H&H's responsibility?
We'll have to defer to H&H on specifics on how that implementation is rolling out and what trends they've seen.
Okay, but you're the immigration people. So you're supposed
We're
to,
in New York. Many of our agencies,
I know
think,
you're
call
health,
themselves
but
immigration people.
you're immigration. So somebody should be just paying attention to that. That's what I'm saying. It's also oversight on this topic, because it is super important. If you don't have a social worker and you're from this community, you're screwed. I'll be honest with you. Those that have social workers and lawyers are really give New York City credit. Some of them in school, District 79, plus a social worker, plus getting free transportation, yay New York City and MTA, plus a lawyer. That's pretty fabulous, but not everybody has that. So if you don't, then I'm just trying to figure out what it is service-wise you can get. But you're saying that person can refer.
The primary care provider through NYC Cares, yes. The other resource that we hear is really valued amongst immigrant communities right now are the additional services available the CBOs provide, including those that are in Moya Legal Support Centers. The providers we selected were holistic, and so the vision and the reason we've shifted into this legal support center model is so that folks can, within their communities, not having to travel long distance because of the fear and anxiety that exists at the current moment, have a one-stop shop for the referrals to all kinds of resources they might need, because those providers and the trusted relationship and ability to communicate with immigrant communities in a way that is culturally competent is so critical to make sure that people who have a pressing need are able to overcome the stigma that exists around accessing care.
Okay, and is somebody also working on getting jobs for people who are immigrants? Obviously, you need working papers, et cetera, but is that all through Workforce One? How does that happen? I know that's not a mental health, but if you're working, your mental health is going to be a whole lot better if you got some money.
The tie to employment and access to employment, I think we're all in agreement here on that one. Moya's primary focus has been, as we know, to increase access to legal representation in order to get people the EIDs and work authorization whenever possible.
Okay, and then when this god awful ice shows up and families are split up, how does mental health play a role there? And how do you know that that's happening? Or what's the awful situation? The chair's been to 26 Federal Plaza. I've only been there once, but she's been there a lot. How does that kick in terms of Moya or health department? That's the worst, mental health wise and every other wise.
What happens at the moment when someone is
Split up.
experiencing
Yeah.
detention or potential family
Correct.
separation is manyfold. There's a lot of stress. And what we hear time and time again is what is most important to people and that they're asking for is legal representation.
Okay.
And so the focus of Moya at this time has been to work closely with our legal service providers and to expand the resourcing for legal service providers such that people can go into those court appointments with representation as they need it. As you said, council member, lawyers right? A lawyer is a really critical resource to provide what is individualized legal advice. And we're not going to pretend like just having a lawyer is going to address all of an individual's needs at this time. But that has been first priority.
All right, so you're saying it's legal advice mostly is what is sought after and supported. God forbid there is a family breakup or any kind of deportation proceeding.
And, I won't speak on behalf of New York City Public Schools, but we know that they're a really critical partner here in making sure that we are supporting
The family.
families,
Yeah.
right? And at their, not only at the point of a hearing, but also we're at a hearing at their appointment, but also back at home. So
Is there funding available? I should know this, but I don't. Say, for instance, God forbid the breadwinner is taken, I'll call it, and then is there funding available for that family?
Well, by funding available,
They're
many
living somewhere.
families have access to programs that would meet needs in this moment, whether they're aware of and able to access those, I think is really what we in our coordination efforts have been focused on, is not necessarily creating new programs, because I think the city has a lot that
No, I agree.
would meet those families,
I'm with
but making sure the connections are made, right? And so that's where Moya's role in our immigrant task force and our coordinating function is really critical, and we're working really closely with New York City Public Schools at this moment. They have a ton
They
in-house.
do a great job.
Yeah.
They
Say
do-
that again?
Public schools do a great job.
Agreed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on this this question about school-based services and oversight. You mentioned it's definitely happening, but can you tell us exactly how DOHMH monitors and ensures accountability that it is happening?
Absolutely. So, the State Office of Immigrant Health requires access to language spoken. It's run by the State Office of Mental Health, and then we provide the providers on that. And so what we do is, like, as I mentioned before, do school-based workshops, staff training to identify signs of distress to students and refer them appropriately, and family engagement events to trust. And then for students themselves, these services are delivered directly to the students during school day, and are tailored to meet each student's needs and services. And so each is very curated based on what the student needs at that moment.
I gotta say, the experience on the ground is not reflective of that at all. I feel like right now my phone is literally going off around ICE sightings, and what I'm hearing from families in school communities is that schools are utterly under-resourced to handle the trauma of the children sitting there wondering if they're going to have their parents at the end of the day, or the trauma of, the uncertainty that they're living and they're drawing it, and the schools can't handle already what the trauma of just existing in this time under this violent administration. So is the city funding additional social workers? Because on the ground, we do not see that. We do see overwhelmed schools who are trying their best with incredibly limited resources. And an administration who's talking a lot of words, but not actually providing real resource supplements that it requires. So, have we added more social workers actually on the ground, or are we still underwater with the prior expecting them to handle an expanded increase of trauma currently?
Yeah, so what we do with the Office of School Mental Health is a part, and unfortunately I have to defer to the New York City Public Schools on more information related to that, and we'd be delighted to work with them to identify avenues to address these really concerned issues of immigrant New Yorkers.
And Chair, we are also aware of another resource. I can't speak to how old it is, but DYCD does have the mental health hubs that are available for immigrant youth. There are 8 across the city, and they're designed to connect young people to health and mental health resources, housing resources, career opportunities, and life skills. And so I just also want to compliment the work that New York City Public Schools has been doing with some very targeted physical access points that DYCD has stood up.
Okay, but currently, as far as we know, there have been no additional resources. People are just doing more work with less.
I can't speak to the resourcing on New York City Public School or DYCD, but we can speak to the resourcing for Moya and legal services.
Does Moya isn't it its role to coordinate the level of services and ensure that city agencies are in fact responding appropriately to the needs on the ground? I mean, the fact that Moya is supposedly supposed to be the kind of oversight, communication, coordination agency on immigrant services has no idea what kind of funding where as it relates to services is problematic, no?
So our chartered responsibility is to promote city services and benefits to immigrants citywide and to serve a coordinating function.
But not to know if we're doing it.
I can't speak to the specifics of the dollar amounts. That's how I want to refer to, for this fiscal year, previous fiscal years, et cetera, our partners at ONB and those particular agencies. Sure. But I do want to stress that our coordination structures are strong.
Okay. In terms of, can you detail the services you provide for LGBTQ plus immigrants who report mental health needs?
Absolutely. There's a lot to share about that. So to begin, health department is committed to addressing all New Yorkers, and that includes people with LGBTQI resources, identities, and immigration status, and mental health diagnosis. And so what we are doing is we have some examples of mental health in the mental hygiene focused on LGBTQ communities. Some examples are the Coalition and Media Prevention Program, or CAMP, that initiates dedicated services to LGBT communities on trauma and substance abuse. And we provide affirmation-based peer-led groups to assist people who are in need. Another important area that we are working on is the LGBT affirming endorsement by OSIS that provides proficiency to LGBT addicted treatment spaces. And so those are some examples that we have. Our colleagues in other divisions of the mental health support immigrants and LGBTQ communities as well. The transgendered, gender conforming and non-binary community advisory board provides feedback on programs, clinical services, research, communities. It's a broad range of things that they provide, the advisory board. We also publish and disseminate the LGBT health care Bill of Rights with details on the health protection available to LGBTQ communities. And then finally, the LGBT community service directory, which is in the New York health map, which includes behavioral health providers to that population.
So according to survey data, how many non-US born individuals requiring mental health services identified themselves as LGBTQ?
Again, we can't share
can't,
that,
right.
yeah.
Which funds and dollar amounts allocated for providing mental health care to immigrants are at risk of being cut due to the federal budget reductions?
So, again, most of that will be talking to OMB to determine that. But in general, the federal changes are concerning. In particular, we have concerns about federal reorganization related to Samson. And we have not received any direct funding for our mental health funding as needed as to date, but we are keeping an eye on it to see what happens next.
So SAMHSA is the only funding pot that you're particularly directly concerned
right
about.
now.
Right. Okay. And what are the agency's plans to maintain and grow mental health services for immigrants if additional funding cuts come forward?
As I mentioned, the health department will continue to serve immigrant New Yorkers in every way possible. And we will look to OMB if there are any changes, cuts. We talk to the state health department. We're constant communication with various stakeholders to see what may be next. But
yeah, we know obviously there will be cuts to healthcare, there will be cuts to food services, there will be cuts to everything that vulnerable communities depend on. We know there is a substantially increased need for mental health services today, and it will only grow exponentially. So we'd love to hear, a concrete kind of plan from the administration around how it intends to address some of these uncertainties. Can you explain how the federal government's aggressive immigration enforcement affects immigrants' access to mental health services?
Mental health services and in general for Medicaid changes, the cuts to Medicaid are dramatic and damaging. And in New York City, nearly half of our residents use Medicaid. And that will feel in the city at individual level and systemic level. We anticipate that there will be almost 1 million New Yorkers that will lose coverage in Medicaid, and that will change. Lack of Medicaid will weaken our healthcare system as a whole. So immigrants already face barriers to healthcare, and unfortunately, that will be worsened. And that's why we're looking forward to the convening and other ways that we can talk directly to community members and find ways to not make it better, but to develop ideas that we can work with them.
And what are the plans in the sites to keep patients safe? So where there are brick and mortar sites, what is the city doing to ensure that patients can safely engage in services?
Yeah, so for example, do you mean like H&H, like hospitals? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All laws are consistent to like if you want to go to a hospital, if you want to go to a school, all of those things are protected. And so don't be afraid. If you're an immigrant, don't be afraid to go to an hospital, to a clinic, to a school to access mental health services. Where that is our core is helping immigrant New Yorkers, all New Yorkers, to have access to healthcare.
Right, and I think thank you for stating that. I think we have trying to give that message out pretty consistently to our community members. Nevertheless, what we're seeing is a rogue federal government who is breaking all kinds of laws. And so it really begs the administration, what else are you doing besides saying we won't do civil immigration enforcement, which the mayor is completely confused about. But it seems like the agencies understand the law.
Yeah.
Are there any other additional things that you are considering to not only protect New Yorkers' staff, who are probably immigrants as well, but patients?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to always defer to the convening, but hearing from community members what will help them, and talking to you and what our city city hall or city services, what do you think are good things? You know your community best. And so do you have examples, ideas, and we can work together on that, because we all have to work together to deal with this current administration.
Have you seen any changes, either decreases or any changes in participation in services that you could tell from an aggregate level over the recent months?
We haven't seen that aggregate level research. We haven't seen that, but I'll follow up to our bureaus to see if they've said anything on their level.
Got it. Thank you. So I'll switch over to Moya. So Moya, can we start at the beginning and just, for the record, note what is Moya's role in connecting immigrants to mental health services?
Our role in supporting the efforts of DOHMH and our partners at Health and Hospital it has a few prongs. First of all is making sure that there is awareness amongst immigrant communities that these resources exist. While we don't manage them, we do have the relationships in communities and with local providers that help provide a direct connection to the services that are designed to meet their needs. So our access and awareness has several prongs to it. As Ken mentioned in his testimony, we house days of action and tabling and outreach events across all 5 boroughs. There have been more than 25,000 touch points this particular year. Another, so that's us going out to them. I also want to plug, we haven't had a chance to bring up yet that leadership from both DOHMH and Moya have been going out to communities that we mentioned. Councilmember Brewer, you were talking about mosques. The first of our community conversations this past summer, both the acting commissioner and Commissioner Castro went out to a mosque in the Bronx, specifically to talk about health needs and to connect.
Got many more mosques to go.
There are many more mosques to go.
Maybe that's what he's doing now.
And so the, going out, leveraging CBOs is really critical. And so the stronger our relationships with CBOs, the stronger the messages get out to communities. We also increase awareness by inviting in media outlets that are valued by the immigrant communities. So relying on, a finite set of media outlets that aren't, I'll say this in the affirmative. Immigrant communities across the city receive information in different ways. And so we've been working really intentionally to bring in the media outlets that they trust and they interface with through immigrant media roundtables. We've had them with focused on health. We've had them focused on back to school and making sure people are getting the messages directly from city leadership. We've had the chancellor, we've had acting commissioners, and a lot of buy-in from the agency leadership to be part of those. And in terms of our coordination function, it's more than just about awareness. It's also about the quality of the service and the information. We've been working through the Immigrant Interagency Task Force to make sure all parts of government are aware of those resources that we need. And lastly, we definitely have a role to play in making sure city services are available to people in their preferred language. For that, I'd like to turn it over to Ken for his take.
Thank you, Erin. Before I talk about language access, I just want to add on the immigrant media roundtables. The first one that we did hold in April was with Acting Commissioner Dr. Morris and also NYC Care Director Dr. Jimenez. We just really want to lean into the importance of NYC Care, and we're here in a hearing about mental health in particular, but mental health, as you know, is not as well defined across many of our communities, whether it's emotional or spiritual health or physical manifestations. So really having an important relationship with a primary care physician is really critical. So to help facilitate health-seeking behavior, and one of the things that Dr. Katz said when he spoke at our immigrant partner convening was that one of their roles was to help people problem solve. And so making sure that there's an awareness of those health resources, that they are available to immigrants, without regard to status, without regard to ability to pay, is really important because, as you know, part of the issue with fear and with uncertainty is people don't prioritize health, they don't prioritize mental health, they don't prioritize care-seeking actions. So, we part of what we can get into is the role of Moya through community partners, through our immigrant media roundtables, through ethnic and community media, is to foster more trust where appropriate, and to counter misinformation. So specifically on mental health, making sure that immigrant New Yorkers have access and are aware of those trusted community partners, which, as Erin was saying, the legal issues are front and center. It's one thing that Moya can lean into. It's part of our core function, our expertise. I'm very happy to sit with Nisha and with the health department. The health department is 100 times larger than Moya, and we lean into where we can. And part of that is building relationships with community organizations, communicating that information, trying to be an honest broker through ethnic media and to our immigrant communities to both reduce fear, where a lot of the fear is reasonable, but to both to provide more information about rights, to provide, as part of some of our roundtables have done, to provide resources when there are other issues like predatory behaviors on immigrants in these uncertain times, and ultimately to also make sure that they're getting the services they need for mental health and physical health for themselves and their families.
So has Moya provided, you noted legal services are one of the main functions of Moya, and you seek to fund organizations that provide more comprehensive access to the additional services that people need. Do you fund the whole caboodle, or are you just funding the legal services part?
I am going to pull up the information I have from our programs team. One second. We'll
I
get
can
there.
answer the question for you if you need.
I would like to pull it up because I know our Haitian Response Initiative does provide resourcing for some more holistic services. And Chair, if you'll give me a moment, I'll come back to you with the specifics there. Unquestionably, the focus of the investment is on access to legal services. But we know that these providers are very well-rounded and offer a lot to the immigrant communities. So we are very encouraging of resourcing additional services that they can provide.
I'll add one of the things that came up during our recent partner convening was the importance of stitching together a more productive referral network. This is what we heard from different CBO partners at the convening. As Nisha mentioned, the health department works with hundreds of community organizations on the health front. Moya works with funds, legal service providers. I don't think we're going to have the capacity to fund every aspect of a community's service. They are the front line with a lot of our immigrant communities, where we can do more work in collaboration with health department. And one of the things that we try to do increasingly in our role as a coordinating body is to coordinate on what those benefits and services are, what the referrals opportunities are, and for the information to be shared more effectively across those community organizations.
And just circling back, Chair, the Haitian Response Initiative providers do include case management services as part of the scopes of work.
And how much is that funded?
I'll try to pull that number for you.
Yeah. So listen, I think I'm not trying to catch you up in anything, but we all know that the rejiggered contracts and the new Action NYC squeezes legal providers to do more outcome work with less funding, and the organizations are receiving less funding. We were able to the city council added $30 million to legal services that the administration was not interested in doing. So we know there is not sufficient resources, and I think we need to point out that this administration has underfunded the CBOs that it continues to depend on a daily basis to do all manner of things, including language access, culturally appropriate services, mental health services, and deal with the things that the city is unprepared to do. So I think we can do better, and we should do better. But we're definitely not going to gaslight folks to act like we're actually funding all these things that we ask providers to do. So let
And
me,
Moya, I'm
let
sorry.
me ask about what advocacy has Moya been involved in relevant to the mental health care needs of immigrants? Like, are there any bills that Moya's pushing for, or any other advocacy, whether it be federal or state, relevant to mental health care that is critical right now?
So I will say I can't speak on behalf of the subject matter experts that are on our policy team about the specific types of legislation. But overall, Moya has absolutely been tracking the growing concerns in our immigrant communities, and that is primarily through what we hear from the providers we just talked about related to legal services.
But you have nothing to report in terms of actual advocacy or actual work that's being done on it.
The two things I can share are that New York City and Moya are really taking the lead in the Cities for Action Forum. I know the council is familiar with that. And through the regular touch points of Cities for Action, there's ongoing discussion about what's happening across jurisdictions across the country to find opportunities for synergy and really to find opportunities to partner together to address what is a constantly changing, challenging dynamic for local governments, and particularly offices like Moya in their function in local government. So a lot of that work has been to create relationships so that conversations at staff level across city governments and how they're handling the constantly incoming, changing environments has been a really valued resource for our partners across the country. And those forums absolutely include discussions about both tracking and opportunities. And I am not able to speak extensively on behalf of the administration related to the work that has been done for amicus briefs, but it is very significant.
Sure, I'd love to hear actually what they've done. So if you could provide to a council with a listing of all the amicus briefs and actually what they're doing, and if they're actually coordinating anything, and if that materially is turning onto something in the ground, would be great to know.
Happy to.
Great, thank you. DOHMH's Resources for Immigrants. Oh, sorry, I want to recognize Council Member Hanif has joined us. Thank you, Council Member. Do you have questions? Okay. I'm going to ask one question, then I'll turn it back over to my colleagues. DOHMH Resources for Immigrants webpage advises immigrants looking for information about low and no-cost city services to call the New York City Immigrant Affairs Hotline. Can Moya share how many calls they have received to their hotline seeking these services? How many calls does Moya's hotline receive asking for mental health, and whether individuals are receiving services?
I believe you're speaking about the Ask Moya hotline, just to distinguish it from the Immigration Legal Support hotline. And I do have numbers for you on Ask Moya. In the past 12 months or so of operation, it's been between 2,500 and 3,000 calls or touch points. Some of them come via phone. A small number of them come via email. A small portion of that, but a non-zero portion of that, have been seeking health resources. About 100 of those inquiries were requesting health resources, and about 20% of those were asking for mental health services in particular.
So 20% of the 100.
Yes.
Okay. So that's like 20 people. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Does that concern us?
We know that we need to make sure all forums, including the Ask Moya hotline, as well as our many other touch points, are putting this information forward. So we don't think that number reflects the need or the volume of people that are getting this information, but we absolutely want to find all opportunities, even if we haven't utilized them yet, to get out the message about Ask Moya and the ultimate services they refer to. So happy to do more.
So what are you doing more if you know only 20 people have called for services through this hotline? What is Moya doing to change that dynamic?
Change the dynamic of
no one using this number.
Oh, the volume of people who have called in are in the thousands. The number I reported to you was specifically those that flagged that they had a specific inquiry focus on mental health. And, I want to contextualize this number. We've talked about the stigma around access. Just because a person called in doesn't mean that they reported forward that was the service that they were looking to receive. So I want to stress these numbers in the context of, touch points, relationships, and trusted referral pathways. So I think what's a more valued lens to tackle it is thinking about how strong are our referral touch points citywide, and do the referral touch points have holistic information, including mental health?
So how do you assess that?
How
And
do we
how are you
assess-
how are you assessing that touch points are receiving adequate and substantive referrals that are actually addressing people's issues?
What comes to mind in short is that we have pretty robust systems to gather the indicators of, geographic scope, zip code. I actually need to confirm whether we can do zip code, but geographic scope, language provision for our outreach events and our days of action. We have a lot of information there. And it's a really consistent model that gets rolled out, encouraging access to resources like IDNYC as well as these other service points. So, I've had a chance to go to a few days of action myself, and, the materials that our teams bring are very consistent. And the tabling efforts that Moya has across immigrant communities really are kind of a known and relied upon service touchpoint.
Yeah, Moya certainly has done many events, but I'm saying beyond the flyer, how do you know that these services are being accessed by New Yorkers?
Well, I can't speak
How do you
to
know that they're
program
quality? So
information.
I guess
that
I'm hearing that there's metrics, but there's no metrics because they're outreach events. Like, how do we know beyond the outreach events that we are actually servicing immigrant New Yorkers?
So, Chair, I think you're getting at, what is the utilization and impact of the programs that we need people to access, or that we want to make sure are accessible to people if they feel they need it, right? And Moya's focus in measuring utilization and outcomes has been focused on the programs that we manage the contracts for. But
So only legal services. So Moya has no idea whether these services are being utilized to the rate that the city is investing in.
we defer to the agency partners that run those to do the managing and monitoring. However, we do get regular feedback from those partners through the task force and through the conversations with the providers who elevate issues as they arise. So our primary, we're in the loop when we hear that something isn't working, and we work as a city to try to address it.
But you have no concrete evidence to provide any of that other than you're in the loop if there's a problem.
I
I
think
I
I
we're
don't have the
belaboring the
information I can
point.
provide
It's-
you today.
I think it's clear. You don't have the data, and we have a lot of work to do. I'd like to pass it over to Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of two-step just happened in that Q&A right there. But I have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if these were asked, but I'm just going to ask for clarification. How does Moya and DOHMH collaborate to address mental health needs of immigrant communities? And are these partnerships with community-based organizations servicing immigrant populations to enhance mental health and outreach services?
Start. So I can start some of the collaborations that we work with Moya. In March of this past year, we did an open letter to immigrant New Yorkers that described city services available to all New Yorkers, including immigrant New Yorkers and their families, to seek care without.
In what languages were that letter published?
I actually don't know, but
Okay,
I
you'll
will
get
find
that.
out.
You'll get that to me. That's going to be very important.
Yeah.
Why I say that is because you also have a lot of communities that don't read their native language. So we have those folks, right? So how do you reach out to them? Are you using ethnic media? Are you using radio? Are you using TV to get those messages across to the immigrant communities? My mother read and write, but all she does is listen to Haitian radio stations. That's how she gets her news. So she's not going to read your letter. So I want to know, if we're really talking about immigrant communities, how is the outreach? Is it boots on the ground? And how are you using that data to evaluate, have I reached the community? Have I met my goals?
Yeah. So I'll say that my role of policy and communications only started like 8 months ago. And previously worked with Moya, and we developed relationships with ethnic and community media. And that's another role that we're going to expand in our work, because you're right. Like, my mom doesn't. She needs somebody speaking Hindi to really understand the issues, and so that is. I believe that, and I think that would be very good to add to our health
Are
department.
there any partnerships with CBOs? Go ahead.
To exactly that point, we agree that expecting folks to engage with this information via either not only websites but written communication holistically is insufficient, and it's not going to get out there, for different demographics, age groups, et cetera, which is why DOHMH and Moya put out the message that was enforced in that that open letter by visits to CBO. Life of Hope actually hosted to have a community conversation about the content in a way that was, I believe in Haitian Creole, because the acting commissioner was able to put the messages out directly via that preferred language.
And how many other CBOs do you partner with? Just give me a number.
Moya has 54 contracted providers and more relationships that expand those of our contracted service providers.
And what are the main barriers to mental health care for our immigrant communities? And that question could be for DOHMH and Moya. What are some of the barriers that you see other than ICE popping up everywhere? Because the game has changed, and it's every single day they're rewriting the rules, right? What we knew then is not what we know now, and I'm sure today they're working on new rules. How does that work?
Yeah, so I'll share that, but in a minute, I just also to remind everyone that we do Local Law 30, and so we have access to 10 languages. I don't have the list of the languages, but I just wanted to share that. And then what does that impact on community members? So in addition to our open letter, we did with Moya April of this past year, Health of Immigrant New Yorkers, and that we shared good things like the longevity of immigrant New Yorkers, the low death rates for cancer and heart disease, but there also were challenges. Immigrant New Yorkers twice as likely to lack access to healthcare. And so that's important. Immigrants with depression are less likely to seek mental health treatment compared to U.S.-born
Is
with depression.
DOHMH working on how do we remove stigma around mental health, especially for our immigrant communities more than ever that are being snatched up, taken away from their families, being kidnapped on a daily basis? How are we working to impact mental health? And I know the chair asked you this question, but we quite didn't get an answer. What are the metrics you're using to evaluate the effectiveness of mental health services for immigrants? If you haven't had one, I think this opportunity to start measuring, am I meeting my goals? Am I the goal that you set? How many immigrants in this city? I believe it's 4 million. That's a lot of people. So that's a lot of services. And that's a lot of data you can capture, because that's going to drive how you do your work and how the policies that you set in place for our immigrant community. So how do you plan on evaluating that?
Yeah, so we don't want to share
Of course.
information. So
Of course, with the safeguards and everything in place, we still need data.
Yeah, and so the reason we did the immigrant health report is one example of ways that we can share data, but that are aggregated, that are not specifically in New York City people. So that's like, or surveys, et cetera. And so that's what we're trying to reveal, what New Yorkers, immigrant New Yorkers are happening right now, because understandably, it's like an anxiety, heightened anxiety for immigrant New Yorkers. And so that's important to remember.
Especially our young people in our schools that are being snatched up
For
and
sure.
deported at a higher rate. Last Thursday, we had a 7-year-old and a 15-year-old deported back.
It's
So,
terrible. It's terrible.
So as the chair mentioned, this is happening it's different. So
Yeah.
we got to approach it differently.
Yeah.
We can't use the same playbook.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
And Moya would just like to add one or two things that we are able to monitor. We do have responsibilities related to the monitoring of Local Law 30 and Local Law 13 across the city. So Ken, I think, can jump in with what data we do collect on a routine basis on that front.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Erin. So I just want to make clear that Moya does work extensively with the health department. The health department has a very robust language access team. It's growing. It's expanding the number of in-house linguists. They spent roughly $1.3 million on contracted services last year. They're bringing in more internal staff on that front. So I think between health department and us, we can get to you the data on what languages the materials put in. But I think it's something that we also touched upon earlier was the collaboration between the health department and Moya with Ethnic and Community Press. We've held multiple immigrant media roundtables, including the one that followed the release of the open letter that promoted NYC Care, open letter to immigrants about access to health services. And our other roundtables have been, let's see, I understand, 32 media outlets in 12 languages. It's really an important part of our efforts in collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Ethnic and Community Media to make sure that we're getting messages through the trusted community partners and through media outlets.
Are faith leaders also engaged in this conversation?
Well, certainly with our conversations across immigrant communities, absolutely. Getting information through mosques, through synagogues, through other faith-based organizations. Our efforts are to meet people where they're at, and to the community organizations that are trusted by community members, especially in these times. That's where we go. And
Moya has been consistently part of the faith leader town halls, which have been happening across the city as well. And just one or two more things to round out many partnerships. We've talked about various convenings. The one DOHMH is leading next week. One Moya put together last month, which was the first of what we hope to be a long series of bringing together CBOs that serve immigrants and partners across city government. Because that institutional relationship is really how Moya sees kind of the strength of the city moving forward, and having supporting the CBOs as they need. And there's so many valued organizations out there. I just want to stress that, you know, the value of our contracted providers is significant, but there's also many more providers out there that we want to continue growing relationships and working with, which folks can reach out to Moya to come for a day of action, support with Know Your Rights resources, and you know, also it's a priority for us to make sure that CBOs that aren't currently contracted with the city but are trusted by immigrant communities are being walked through how to receive resources. So partnerships with city partners like Mayor's Office of Contract Services and Nonprofit Services are also folks that we brought together to our convening and we want to bring to future efforts.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. So does Moya have any plans to revive any initiatives or outreach methods that existed during the time of the public charge rule?
I'm sorry, Chair, that predates my time at Moya. I can't speak to that.
So is Moya not talking about the possibility of the public charge rule being enacted again?
There's a lot of scenarios that are on Moya's radar, many of which are very concerning, not just for our office, but primarily for the immigrant communities across the city. That said, really what we want to emphasize in this forum, as we have before, is where we're at currently, which is that the sanctuary city laws haven't changed, as we all know. But what could be forthcoming is absolutely something we are keeping a pulse on.
Is DOHMH exploring about reviving any policies or approaches if public charge gets enacted again as being threatened?
So we, the H&H reinterpretation restricts immigrant eligibility in many forms. harms, and the new designations impacts mental health services, substance abuse services, and other services. The reinterpretation, I can't like that word, but is rejection of nearly 30 years of work, of consistent guidance from the federal government. And it follows both parties. Everybody agreed until now. And so the health department, along with Moya and other agencies, contributed a comment highlighting the harms of this comment if it it'll occur, and we are asking for HHS to withdraw it. Happily, recently last week, a federal judge had a preliminary injunction preventing HHS as well as DOJ, labor, and the education department for reinterpreting the public charge. But we will see as we look forward what will happen.
Thank you. In terms of, has Moya connected with people experiencing distress in the federal courthouses, and what resources has Moya provided?
Chair, are you asking about our touch points with folks that are going into and in hearings? Or I keep using the word hearings, I'm sorry. Their appointments at 26 Federal Plaza.
Yeah. I've never seen Moya there.
You're asking about in-person presence? We primarily show up for immigrant communities through our contracted providers. So what our chain of communication is to be on a daily basis in touch with the contracted organizations that are in those forums.
So Moya really knows that kidnappings of immigrants are happening on a daily basis and chooses not to show up. It doesn't bode well for trust from immigrant communities to see the hypocrisy of that.
Moya really wants to show up for them in resourcing the legal service providers and CBOs that have the experience to provide legal, individualized legal advice, which is what individuals need in these moments. Moya's staff are primarily not lawyers. Ken and I are bureaucrats at heart. And so we actually can't provide legal advice to individuals who are at those court hearings, but resourcing and triaging anytime we're aware of a case.
But you could provide moral leadership that this city administration in a whole stands with immigrants unapologetically, doesn't hide behind contracts, doesn't hide behind other things like quid pro quo. You could stand there on moral grounds. You could. But I think we can move on because the point is clear. How does Moya assist with the New York City Care outreach? And how do you advise on the outreach for this program being conducted?
So NYC Cares is a really huge program that our H&H partners are really proud of. They do obviously a lot of outreach efforts. NYC Cares being part of the portfolio means that the public hospital network is, of course, an important promotion kind of point. But Moya, whenever we have a chance, will plug NYC Cares. You've heard me talk about the Days of Action and the resources that get brought to those events, the engagement with immigrant media. But I also want to plug something that is specific to Moya, which is that our English language learning program also in its content has explicit callouts to health services that are available via the public hospitals NYC and NYC Cares.
So it was reported that enrollment in NYC Cares has dropped for the first time since its creation in 2019. H&H has suggested that older residents were instead enrolling in Medicaid, but public health experts have speculated that the drop was due to immigrants being fearful of using city resources. Can Moya or DOHMH speak to this drop in enrollment?
Moya can't speak to the numbers there. We defer to those partners, but it reinforces the need for awareness campaigns and relying on those trusted partnerships to encourage people to both know the current status quo of their ability to access health through public hospitals and NYC Cares. So really what we've done with what you just read out, Chair, is really try to further our outreach efforts.
And I also will defer to H&H to find out more, but it is important to discuss that with H&H and all of us if there are ideas that we can do to improve that outcome.
I'll just add that it's something that one of our partner agencies does. It's the Public Engagement Unit, and they have a program called Get Covered NYC, and they have very deliberately worked with NYC Care to expand outreach. They have a lot of multilingual, multicultural staff who work in neighborhoods, and they're with the focus of getting word out about NYC Care.
And what is the budget of the resources that are dedicated to? I don't know if it's just that unit and they work on various campaigns, or is it structured differently?
We can find out that information for you, but Public Engagement Unit covers health issues and also tenant awareness for resources. So they have a
Did you say tenant?
Yeah,
Okay.
tenant.
That's another partner that's been a valued relationship for us at this time. HPD and a lot of proactive measures on their end to find opportunities to include immigrants in the tenant protection work that they're doing, because we know that that's another risk area.
Yeah, it is. This question is a little long, so bear with me. During the first Trump administration, Moya and partners in government worked with service providers contracting with federal government about the needs of children in their custody. They learned that there was a gap in bilingual child adolescent psychiatry services for separated and unaccompanied children in federal custody in New York. Moya worked with health and hospitals to provide additional support for these providers, including consultations and access to outpatient services. H&H embedded child adolescent psychiatrists with contracted service providers, facilitated referrals to Bellevue Child Adolescent Outpatient Psychiatric Clinic, and launched a trauma-informed psychoeducational group with providers that focused on post-traumatic stress and coping skills. Are any of these structures still in place today?
Chair, that is not a portfolio I'm familiar with. Can we follow up with you after the hearing?
Great. In terms of, can you tell us beyond language access how Moya and DOH were expiring? We're all gonna shoot up into the air.
But the new broom is so new.
They're like, enough with the questions, enough. Even the timer has had it. Beyond language access, how does Moya and DOHMH define cultural competency? And how does this show up in mental health spaces?
Language access is something that we work on, but we recognize that cultural and language are inextricably intertwined. New Yorkers come from so many different circumstances, come with different experiences, relationships to government, conceptions of health, and well-being. So from Moya's vantage point, we do try to work on our mission of promoting the well-being of immigrant New Yorkers. And a lot of that is through specific supports around particular vulnerabilities, whether it's economic stress, discrimination, housing issues, our collaboration with other offices on domestic violence or LGBTQ issues. So cultural competence is, first of all, it's such a challenging term, cultural competence, is it cultural awareness, cultural humility? It's really trying,
Activity, all of it.
yeah, but really trying to embed the affirmation of immigrant communities as an integral part of New York, given that 60% of New Yorkers are immigrants or children of immigrants. It's something that we use language access as an inroad to understanding the challenges of communicating with immigrant New Yorkers and to do our jobs better as representatives of city agencies.
And if I could build on that point, we haven't had a chance because there's so much pressing demands of the current moment to talk about. Another function that Moya has really embraced is the celebration of our immigrant communities. And that's something that's been part of our tradition that continues to be an area of focus because regardless of what's going on in the external environment, the value and presence of immigrant communities across the city is core to who we are. One of the small but not small campaigns that we've introduced is what we call the Immigrant Enclave series, which creates kind of visuals that are used by Moya at flag raisings across our work with in communities. There might have been one at Sunset Park last night to just highlight the beauty and joy and manyfold elements of cultural beauty that they bring to the city.
Yeah, you can the experience that Moya. The response that Moya shared is deeply correct and important, and I would only add that we want to improve cultural competency, and we work with the council members or community members on how we can do that in a more effective way, a more generative way to ensure that immigrant New Yorkers do have fear and anxiety, but they also have joyous moments, and how do we incorporate them all in?
I'm a little bit at a loss for words. Not because joy in this moment in time for immigrant communities, poor people, is an act of political resistance, but that flag raising would be mentioned in the context of that, while people are being attacked and kidnapped on a daily basis. Flag raising is not part of joy. Providing health care, providing protection, providing legal services, and being unapologetic about protecting our immigrant communities is going to bring us safety and joy, not flag raisings. So I'm sorry. Whew. Your larger point that our communities need joy and deserve joy is 100% correct. I hope Moya is not expending too many resources throwing parties. But if they do, I'm okay with that. I much prefer the services. In terms of, according to the April 2025 report, Health of Immigrants in New York City, certain health outcomes may be better among the city's immigrant population as compared to US-born counterparts. At the same time, other social factors continue to affect the mental health challenges and obstacles to treatment immigrants face. Could you expand on the policies, socioeconomic and cultural, environmental conditions that individual factors may play into the health needs of immigrants in New York City? Why might those factors differ as they relate to mental health as compared to other health outcomes?
So the immigrant health report was very expansive, and they provided positive aspects, but also challenges for teens to adults. And so we're going to use that information to modify, change, expand our services so that we can use the information that we have and move that forward. So that's the bottom line, is using that data that we have and use it to modify, change, expand our work.
So the report cites an interagency task force established to address the needs of unaccompanied children and their caregivers to facilitate training on health insurance and school enrollment. What's the current status of the task force and who is involved?
I'll follow up on that because I don't have the details, but I will follow up definitely.
Also, the report provides substantial recommendations to protect health of immigrants, including broadening health insurance coverage and safeguarding health service access, expanding access to affordable housing, employment, and providing comprehensive leave-taking policy. How is the city responding to these recommendations from the mental health report?
Yeah, so insurance coverage, the city staff are available to for people to sign up, including helping people understand the personal information that we will need to submit their paperwork. And we also work with H&H to partner with IDNYC to identify for patients to have people register and check in using IDNYC. And IDNYC is also available to prescription drug usage and access to vaccine information. So all of the, and then in the end, city services are available, including food, education, legal services, et cetera, to New Yorkers. And so the goal is to not feel nervous about doing that, but to move forward and seek those services.
Got it, thank you. In what scenarios does Moya direct people to the We Speak episode on mental health? And can Moya see the views on this? And are people watching the episode? Can you tell us a little bit more about?
I can speak high level that our English language learning programs kind of have two main groups of touch points. There's both the classes that we run citywide. The public libraries have been a tremendous partner to us in those classes and curriculum. We also work and support CBOs who want to deliver the We Speak curriculum. There is also the information and the content itself was just available on the website. I'm going to have to follow up with you for specifics on data on those three categories.
Got it, thank you. And I know we talked a lot about public schools and school-based health, but I'm not sure I received a clear answer. So how is Moya helping New York City public schools to support particularly frontline staff? Similarly, I think along the veins, you relied heavily on your CBO providers, partners on the ground. How are you supporting the health of our CBO partners and our frontline workers to be able to then provide help and support to immigrant New Yorkers?
I'll start. I think there's many parts to your question, so please do bump if we don't directly get to all of it. So in terms of broadly, coordination with New York City Public Schools right now is first and foremost about triaging cases and getting access to the legal representation when a student and their family tied to the public schools elevates a need. That's, I think, not directly what you were getting at, but I want to stress that that has been a really important touch point with Project Open Arms. We're also working currently with Project Open Arms on some additional content that we're hoping to roll out through public schools, which will tie directly to support to frontline providers. At schools, it's manyfold, teachers because there's so many people who are working day to day in the communication. So I think there's forthcoming partnerships on actual materials that are designed for a school audience, which frontline providers can point to and use. What also I know is a priority and can speak to immediately in terms of supporting CBOs is actually in creating the structures for them to work with each other, in that providers experiencing these things on the ground in Queens and Staten Island, have a tremendous amount of experience to share. And one of the things that came out of our first convening, which again, we all know needs to expand and who's included, is that the relationships and the capacity, the technical support and the capacity building that happens through those venues is significant. And I'll close and then pass it over to my partners by stating that Moya also has our legal technical mentorship program, which is a outlet to provide trainings in response to what CBOs, Moya contracted CBOs say that their areas of kind of technical expertise need more training and development.
Okay, let me ask this. Maybe I did ask a convoluted question. Let me ask this pretty directly. Does Moya provide any any emotional support for the work that frontline staff are engaged in right now? And the same thing for its CBO partners who are caring for people on the ground in trauma 100% of the time. How are we supporting our caretakers?
Second degree trauma is very significant, and sometimes it's not second degree, right? So I think that's another big piece of it here.
Correct.
A lot of the people we are leaning on are also in really challenging circumstances. But I don't have the short list, so Chair, I would love to follow up with you.
Okay. Are you aware of any programs or explicit support that the city is providing our CBO partners and frontline staff in schools?
Yeah, so the health department works on specifically school-based mental health clinics when they have an on-site provider on that. And we do do engagement in students and to staff trainings to identify stressors on students and refer them appropriately to to the appropriate space. And we do family engagement.
But how about to the staff?
Staff meaning staff in the schools.
Okay.
So we do trainings for them on the kids and their response, and also how can we respond to the staff in general.
Okay. I'd like to recognize we've been joined by Councilmember De La Rosa. Thank you for joining us. In terms of, I think we are near to the end, Councilmember, if you have questions. So, let's see. Is there? Oh, yeah, yeah, great, okay. Yes, thank you, okay. This is, for DOHMH, how much money does the agency spend on language access services?
I'll follow up with you on that. We don't have specific mental health data, but we have general language access data, and I can share that after this this hearing.
I'll just jump in. Just like,
So, I'm sorry.
I provided a data point earlier on DOHMH expenditures on language services at $1.3 million.
You provided it when?
I provided that amount earlier in testimony or in our Q&A about how much the health department spent on contracted language services.
Can you repeat it since I have no
sure.
recollection of it?
No worries. It was fiscal year 24, which is the one last year that we have the complete data on. It was $1.3 million.
And that's for DOHMH?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
great.
contracted services.
Got it. And how many contractors are included in that 1.3?
Oh, I was just looking at their page. This information is on the annual local authority reports. It's part
Great.
of
So
our
you can
contracted.
find it and report back to us.
Yeah,
Great,
there are
thanks.
multiple vendors on that report.
Okay, great, thank you. And also, does the promotion, this is for Moya, does the promotion of mental health services increase in the wake of particular events that directly impact New York City's immigrant communities? And if so, can you provide some clear examples where that's materialized?
One of the probably obvious portals we have to put messages out timely is through our social media channels. We can pull some data for you. A lot of traffic we see there. For instance, February this past year, there was a huge spike in access to the Know Your Rights materials. But it's not just asynchronous. It's not just expecting people to come to the website, which continues to be an area of focus. We've made some updates recently because we know that that's been something that's come up and more to do. But the also pushing out of messages through things like our various, not just press releases, but social media channels in which we try to push messages out, not just in English. And I'd say actually that's been an increased effort for us. Ken recently led a of the interagency task force where we were working with our comms partners across the city to prioritize and to encourage the pushing of information as it's accessed by people online via social media channels in many languages.
Has Moya considered and DOHMH considered, with the situation of the federal government's kidnapping of children and increased attacks, any specific interventions that we are working to develop or make sure are embedded for the trauma that children are experiencing today?
We are not, but that is a good idea because children have trauma and we should access supports for them in this reality. So because this is all happening, I mean, it's not even been a full year for the federal government to attack and attack and attack. And so this is a great suggestion for us, health department, to think about that.
And Chair, if you'll allow me to jump in, my team had one more example. We have a kind of opt-in subscriber newsletter with the timely resources that we encourage not just providers, but people who want to be informed across the city to subscribe to. And that gets pushed out on a weekly basis. That is also a forum where we're doing a, very kind of real-time elevating of what resources and messages need to go out in light of constantly changing events.
It's certainly a challenge. Just want to point out on Moya's website, in terms of the listing of resources for immigrant New Yorkers, there is a link for the Visit Mental Health for All, nyc.gov, that goes nowhere. So just, they can address that, just for the record.
We think that got updated last week, Chair. We'll confirm.
Okay, great. I think, unless there's anything, Councilmember, you good? Okay. All right, I think that will close testimony from the administration. I know we certainly find ourselves in unprecedented times, and I do thank everyone for the work that they are doing to support our communities. There's a lot of work to be done. So with that, thank you for your testimony and thank you for your presence.
Thank you.
So now I open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's oversight hearing topic, addressing the mental health needs of immigrants in New York City. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. As a reminder, the languages that are available for interpretation are Spanish, Arabic, French, and Wolof. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. And now I will call our first in-person panel. Andrea Ortiz, Martin Urbach, and Jania Witherspoon.
Hello, my name is Andrea Ortiz with the Dignity in Schools Campaign of New York, a coalition advancing restorative justice, mental health access, and immigrant protections in public schools, and working to end the school to prison, and the school to deportation pipelines. DSC New York calls on New York City to redirect funding from school policing and surveillance into mental health access and healing-centered programs for immigrant students currently experiencing trauma due to Trump's toxic federal anti-immigration campaign. Due to President Trump's xenophobic policies and Mayor Adams' collusion, immigrant students are experiencing severe levels of trauma. Many students live with constant fear that their parents or loved ones could be detained or deported. Raids, detentions, and anti-immigrant rhetoric amplify this anxiety, creating a chronic state of hypervigilance. Additionally, undocumented immigrants often experience unstable work, housing, sudden relocations, or disruptions in schooling, factors which cause hopelessness and stress. Moreover, under Mayor Adams' leadership, city agencies like the NYPD continue to violate laws limiting information sharing with federal immigration officers. NYPD school cops can currently place youth on the gang database and with little or no evidence of wrongdoing. The database currently contains approximately 16,000 names, with 99% of individuals being Black and Hispanic and 98% being male. It includes youth as young as 13 years old and is contributing to the school to deportation pipeline. We call on the city to prioritize school-based mental health access and protections for immigrant students and to redirect money from school policing and systems that criminalize and harm our most vulnerable students. We demand that the city expand multilingual school-based mental health access and healing center programs, commit to fully protecting the safety and well-being of immigrant students and parents at a time when 4 immigrant public school students have already been kidnapped and separated from their families by ICE, expand successful school programs like the Mental Health Continuum, Restorative Justice, and the Immigrant Family Communications and Outreach to all schools serving immigrant students, redirect money away from school policing and surveillance to end the gangs database as they perpetuate the wrongful criminalization and potential deportation of immigrant students. And finally, invest in a multilingual mental health pipeline to train culturally and linguistically responsive providers. New York City Council members must stand up for immigrants, expand mental health access, and ensure New York City prioritizes the safety and well-being of all students regardless of their immigration status.
Impressive. I'll come back, but
Councilmember De La Rosa and Immigration Council. My name is Martin Urbach. I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of the Circle Keepers, and also a steering committee member of the Dignity in Schools Coalition Campaign New York. I'm here today as a proud Latino immigrant myself, one who moved to this country without speaking any English and is a brand new teen orphan. As a student and educator, I've experienced firsthand the transformative and healing power of the mental health counseling supports and programs in the schools. I moved to New York City because of Hurricane Katrina, and had it not been for my counselors, I would not have been able to continue my education in the midst of losing my home, my friends, and my life as I knew it. I stand here today because of the power of school-based mental health programs. Since then, I've been blessed to pay it forward, providing support for students as a Dean of Culture, Restorative Justice Coordinator, working closely with the counseling departments of the New York City Public Schools I have served in for the last 20 years. Today, our immigrant students are experiencing severe levels of trauma. Many of them are living in shelters, being shuttled every 60 days as if they were merchandise and not humans. The reality is exacerbated by not having access to Wi-Fi in the shelters and devices, which they need to do the homework they're assigned in schools, which no underfunded schools, our schools are so underfunded that are also not providing them the English language learning services that they deserve. When we talk about political violence, this is Exhibit A. The irony of this happening in the richest city in the best country in the history of the world, it is not lost on me, and neither should it be lost on the city council and on all of New Yorkers. I have students who are afraid to come to school because they worry their parents will be snatched by masked men. That same fear is keeping their parents from attending their hard-earned jobs. This cycle of violence rides on the coattails of the grueling conditions and traumatic events that these young people experience during their months-long process of migration. When we say education, not deportation, we do not mean it as a cute metaphor. We mean it providing our young people and their families with the mental health supports necessary to process the trauma that they experience. We are calling on the New York City City Council to expand multilingual mental health access and healing center programs, to expand successful programs like the Mental Health Continuum and Restorative Justice and Immigrant Family Communications and Outreach to all schools serving students. And we're calling you to redirect money away from school policing and surveillance and the gangs database, which they perpetuate wrongful criminalization and prevent resources going towards mental health for our immigrant students. Thank you.
thank you, Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Janai Witherspoon, and I am the co-founder of the Circle Keepers, a youth-led restorative justice nonprofit, and I'm here on behalf of Dignity in Schools. Every day, I have the profound privilege to work alongside young people, as coworkers, as a mentee. Many are recent immigrants navigating not just adolescence, but the trauma of displacement, separation, and systematic injustice. As a young person who also navigated the New York City public school system myself, I can say firsthand how life-saving it was to attend a school that prioritized my whole well-being, not just my grades. I was lucky to be part of a community where I felt seen, protected, and supported. And that care definitely shaped who I am today. But not so many students get that. More often than not, immigrant students walk into schools where their needs are misunderstood, their cultures are invisibilized, and their safety is uncertain. I'm here today because immigrant students deserve safe, Safety, dignity, and healing, not fear. Too many of the young people I serve come to school carrying the silent weight of fear. Fear that their parents might not return home from work, fear that speaking their native language will mark them as other, and fear that even a small misstep could put their families at risk of deportation. And this fear shapes everything. And it's not imagined. ICE has shown up to schools and communities I'm with. They park unmarked cars outside of dismissal. They use information from city agencies, including school police and the NYPD gang database to track, target, and detain youth and their families. Imagine being 14, trying to solve an algebra problem while wondering if your parents will be gone when you get home. Imagine having a panic attack in class and there's no bilingual social worker, no trusted adult who understands your story, only a school safety officer watching you from the doorway. They don't need punishment. They need us to show up for them. With the same fierce commitment, they show up every single day. They deserve schools that treat their lives like they truly matter. They deserve classrooms where their safety is never in question. So I'm asking the City Council today to expand multilingual, culturally responsive mental health care, redirect funding away from school policing and surveillance, and invest in a mental health workforce pipeline to train providers who reflect the languages, cultures, and lived experiences of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask all three of you were here to listen to the administration testify. What is your response to what you heard here today?
It's very sad to hear that, we've already gone through one Trump term, and it's not like people didn't understand what was coming. And meanwhile, we're talking about flag raisings instead of actual services in schools, instead of actual support for caregivers. And even Moya not showing up. I mean, you've been there, watching people get detained. We do need real leadership in the city, and we need it now. We needed it yesterday. We needed it 5 years ago.
Thank you.
I'm an educator first and foremost, so I am a student of history and a visionary for a future that we don't have. What I do know after just founding a brand new nonprofit over the last year and a half is that I stand in a long line of nonprofit organizations who have cash cowed our communities for far too long, typically Black and brown communities that are so underfunded that the only thing that they have a lot of is policing and organizations that are cash cowing them. So I would like, not that I would like it, I actually wouldn't like it, but I would like for us all, everybody who's serving our communities, to put something on the line, to actually go and break bread, romper pan, comer con las comidas, con la gente. We have to be able to leverage our humanity to be together, right? Mm-hmm. The best lessons I learned from my mother says, when there's a will, there's a way. Se puede. Donde hay ganas, se puede, right? And so these are really violent times for our immigrant communities, for our Black and brown communities, for disabled and from our queer communities, right? If we are not showing up, not for them, but with them, then what are we doing?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, as a young person, but also as a upcoming adult, and doing this work with Martine, it's just honestly so heartbreaking to constantly hear stories about fear and injustice and despicable things which adults and politicians and people who are supposed to be for youth and with youth, the things that they're doing, the things that they're saying they're doing and not. It's hard to navigate the middle, but I think that there are good intentioned people, but I also think oftentimes youth voices are not heard and youth voices need to be centered. And so when we are discussing youth, youth need to be here.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony and your work. I will say I agree with the dismay of our state of affairs, with the incredulity, is that a word? People not believing somebody who says he's going to do something and is doing it, and we're still like navel gazing. It was really amazing to me, but si se puede, and we will continue to fight forward together. So I thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership.
Next, we have Rauli Chero, Jessica Brecker, Charles Brown, and Nieving Civil. Tell me your name. Nevien Swellmeyer? Swellmei. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. If you would like to start here, Ned.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Rauli Chero, and I'm a licensed mental health counselor and coordinator of wellness services at the Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation, better known as NIMIC in the community. NIMIC is a settlement house that was founded in 1979 to protect low-income and immigrant families in Upper Manhattan. Since then, we have expanded into adjacent Bronx neighborhoods and support 14,000 New Yorkers with a variety of programs to address housing, immigration, benefits access, education, finance, career, health, and holistic needs. NIMIC's wellness program offers free bilingual mental health counseling in Spanish and English to our community members, a rare find nowadays within our communities in the city. Our team includes 5 master-level counseling psychology students and 1 licensed mental health counselor, all specialized in bilingual Latinx mental health. I want to take a moment to share with you the story of a male client who I will call John to protect his identity. John is a 44-year-old Afro-Latino father from Honduras who came to NIMIC to learn English. A single parent to a 17-year-old daughter with Down syndrome, John was extremely overwhelmed living in a shelter. He first learned about NIMIC's mental health services through a psychoeducation workshop offered as part of his English class. At the time, John was experiencing depression and anxiety. John began meeting weekly with one of our counseling interns for individual therapy. Together, they focused on helping him process past trauma, express his emotions in healthy ways, and build coping skills to manage his stress and responsibilities. Since beginning therapy, John and his daughter have now moved into a 1-bedroom apartment. He has earned a home health aide certification. He is now employed, and he still continues counseling at NIMIC. His story reflects that with the right support, all individuals are not only able to heal, but also thrive and build stronger futures for their families. Immigrants in New York City face mental health challenges, including exposure to trauma, discrimination, legal and financial stress, isolation, and significant barriers to accessing care. In 2024 alone, NIMIC's wellness program supported 90 clients and provided nearly 1,000 free counseling sessions to the community. We respectfully call from the council to continue supporting these crucial mental health programs so we can continue delivering services and advocating for equity, safety, and opportunity for the communities we serve. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we probably need to expand the time. Okay, so we just got word that our interpreters, we are moving too fast for them. And obviously that's the constraint of time that we put on y'all. So we're gonna expand the time to 3 minutes so that you can slow down a little bit to support the interpreters. We're sorry. So should we, I guess we can move to the next. Okay, we'll move to the next person, but you have more time.
Thank you, Chairperson Aviles and members of the Committee on Immigration for holding this hearing. My name is Naveen Solmain, and I am the Advocacy Manager from the Health Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. More importantly, I am the child of immigrants with strong community ties. We are grateful for the Council's support through the Immigrant Health Initiative, which has allowed us to connect immigrant New Yorkers to life-saving healthcare through direct representation, medical legal partnerships, community education, and advocacy. For more than a decade, NOPI has documented medical neglect in immigration detention. We track these violations through our medical providers network, where volunteer doctors review medical records of individuals detained by ICE. We believe it is important to bring these violations to light in today's conversation. Our upcoming report on Orange County Jail, where many New Yorkers are detained, many are transferred from Federal Plaza, showed just how neglectful these facilities are for overall health, including mental health. We reviewed the records of 19 people and saw the same pattern: delays in follow-up care, denials of medication, mismanaged chronic illnesses, and inadequate psychiatric treatment. Today, I'll be sharing an unfortunate, situation that happened to one of these individuals. We'll name him Amit S. He suffers from Crohn's disease, severe depression, and other serious health conditions. Instead of receiving proper treatment, he was given ineffective medication and dangerously low doses of antidepressants. His physical suffering and psychiatric distress were just made worse by neglect in the state of detention. Outside of detention, we're seeing immigrant families are facing another crisis. Federal cuts will result in nearly 500,000 New Yorkers losing zero premium coverage. This means higher costs, more people going uninsured, and a sharp rise in preventable illness and mental health crises. Layered on top of this, of course, is the constant fear of enforcement, which we've talked about a lot today. Fear of detention and deportation worsens anxiety, depression, and even physical conditions, and keeps people from seeking care at all. We urge the Council to act, strengthening oversight on detention facilities, expanding immigrant-centered mental health supports, and invest in community and legal interventions that make healthcare accessible without fear, and critically pass local resolutions supporting the Dignity Not Detention Act, the New York for All Act, as well as legislation including Intro 396 and Intro 395 of 2024. We thank you all for your leadership and the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the chair and the committee. My name is Charles Brown. I'm the director of the Immigration Legal Program at Lutheran Social Services of New York. Lutheran Social Services of New York's work has been focused on strengthening families and communities throughout New York City for 125 years. And as part of that mission, the Immigration Legal Program has provided quality legal services to immigrant New Yorkers for more than 25 years. A major focus of our work is humanitarian relief, including assisting New Yorkers with asylum applications and special immigrant juvenile status. Because of this focus, the immigrants that we serve often come to us with acute mental health needs. Indeed, many of our clients arrive in the United States after suffering significant trauma in their country of origin and on their journeys here, and they find themselves in New York City with mental health challenges resulting from their experiences. Once they arrive, migrants are subjected to a complex immigration system that may appear designed to re-traumatize them. Our clients often express feeling stress and distress related to their immigration cases, court proceedings, and ICE check-ins. As part of their removal cases, clients are often asked to recount traumatic memories of events that forced them to flee to the United States, a process that can easily re-traumatize the immigrant without proper mental health care support. Indeed, our immigrant clients able to access mental health care often receive diagnoses related to their past trauma and current stress, such as depression or post-traumatic stress disorder. LSSNY works with a great deal with immigrant youth, particularly those 18 and over who are not eligible for many of the services aimed at young people. Many of the youth who we work with fled gang violence or abusive homes, looking for safety and security in the United States, and they're now faced with having no support in their new environment. Many have undiagnosed trauma and PTSD, are in desperate need of mental health services. To give you some context, last month, our Pro Se project saw 83 people who needed immigration services. Almost every single one of those 83 people needed mental health services. And almost every one of them expressed to us that they didn't believe they could access those services. They were not either believed they were not eligible for insurance or could not afford to pay for services. Many immigrant New Yorkers, including those seeking asylum or special immigrant juvenile status, are in dire need of free and accessible mental health services. In addition to serving their immediate needs, these services also help immigrants to more fully participate in their immigration cases. Despite the clear benefits, accessible and effective mental health care is often hard for our clients to find. As we support clients, we often find the programs specifically designed to support them are at capacity or have long waits. Our experiences lead us to call the City Council to expand mental health services for immigrant New Yorkers, and especially for youth who are in particular need of these services. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Aviles and members. My name is Jess Brecker, and I'm the Director of Refugee Resettlement at Catholic Charities Community Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the urgent need to address immigrant mental health in New York City. Catholic Charities Community Services has decades of experience serving immigrants through legal aid, social services, housing support, and mental health referrals. In the Refugee Resettlement Department, we serve refugees, asylees, and more from 70 plus countries using tools like the evidence-based Refugee Health Screener 15 to assess mental health needs and refer participants to ongoing clinical and community-based services. As experts in forced migration, we conceive of trauma through the lens of the triple trauma paradigm, including pre-flight trauma, trauma during displacement, and post-migration trauma. This experience is compounded by systemic factors for immigrant populations, fear of law enforcement, language barriers, and lack of health insurance and public benefits. Immigrants are often unable to access mental health services without insurance and face constant barriers to meeting their basic needs, including the inability to access housing, food, and safety, which negatively impact their mental health further. Current systems rely on emergency responses like 911 or police involvement, which many immigrants understandably fear. Cultural stigma, lack of interpretation, and long wait times further block access to critical mental health services. Immigrants routinely forego care due to costs, inaccessibility, and fear of deportation. Catholic Charities Community Services makes 6 urgent recommendations to improve models for immigrant mental health in New York City. 1, expand access to free or low-cost mental health care without insurance. 2, ensure linguistic and cultural responsiveness with interpretation and trauma-informed approaches. 3, protect safety net supports by shoring up drastic cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and other federal benefits. 4, prioritize safety by creating non-police crisis response alternatives. 5, broaden models of care to include peer groups, arts, and community-based healing. And 6, strengthen provider capacity with funding for immigrant-focused, trauma-informed services. New York City must invest in a system that meets immigrants where they are with safety, dignity, and culturally appropriate care. Thank you for your commitment to this critical issue.
Thank you all for your services and your testimony, and thank you for these very concrete recommendations. I guess I too would like to hear, as you all have heard the administration, are you seeing any meaningful movement in responding to what we know has been long waits, inaccessibility, very little services? That's been a outstanding issue for many, many years, and it's just been compounded. Do you experience or did hear in their testimony any meaningful response to this ongoing reality?
I think the quick answer is no, but you know what I think is important, and I'm so appreciative to be on this testimony with other folks who've seen this happening to their clients in real time. It's this assumption that our public health system is just going to be the end-all be-all solution to all these people's immediate problems, rather than going into the community and establishing important ties with not just CBOs, but community leaders and members that can play a role in galvanizing folks to get their needs met. And so, you know, we appreciated your tone today for sure, and calling them into action.
No, thank you for that. I mean, our city is woefully invested in its public health infrastructure, just on a general, let alone for an incredibly vulnerable population that is currently under severe duress. We did not talk about, I realize, the conditions of immigrants who were detained. And it is well documented, the human rights violations that are occurring in facilities. Metropolitan Detention Complex is one in my district, a federal, which no one talks about and is currently, we know, holding folks. I want to apologize to you for my oversight around not even asking the administration about that, but since they've never even stepped into the immigration courthouse, I suspect they are not interested in acknowledging the trauma that is occurring in the facilities. However, I think there's certainly enormous amount of work there, because it is not only the trauma that the person who is detained is experiencing, but what are we doing to support family members who are behind, who are also experiencing that trauma? So I just want to thank you specifically for highlighting that work, in particular, those violations, and certainly the violations that we know has happened to children. And is continuing under our watch. I'd like to know just really quickly in terms of Charles, you mentioned particularly the capacity and long waits for services. Are there particular recommendations that you could provide the administration that could help support this?
I think what you're saying about getting out into the community is really important, right? First of all, to just inform folks that these services are available. But then I think a lot of us have experienced long wait times when clients try to access the services, right? And then often they don't end up going because the wait is too long. So I would love to just see some accountability on that. And I think that, you know, the administration should understand exactly how these systems work. For example, when you call 988, exactly what happens and what do those wait times look like? Because what we hear, or at least what I hear on the ground, is that they're quite significant and a huge barrier.
We heard Councilmember Burris saying nobody's using 988 anyway. We don't know actually, but the wait times are significant, even for legal service referrals, right? So how are we building the capacity of the infrastructure in this time? Yeah.
I actually used it for a neighbor that was in crisis, and they came 2 days later. He was naked in the hallway and clearly having an episode, and 2 days later, he was, you know, not there anymore. And so it wasn't efficient, in my opinion, to say the least. And then they kept calling me back to see if I was okay, which I appreciate, but I'm fine. And it wasn't until I said, I'm actually a city council member, and I was calling because there was a neighbor in crisis, that they actually then followed up consistently. So that was my experience.
We got so much work to do, y'all. Thank you for your testimony and your service to New Yorkers in need, and I hope you are also caring for yourselves. Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Slazar Yelami from the Children's Law Center. Thank you for the grace. Sebastian Vante and Sierra Kraft. Let's see, Sierra. Yelami, right? Amazing. We'll have you start.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hidalmi Mejia. I am the paralegal supervisor at the Children's Law Center, CLC, also a qualified translator and interpreter, and a licensed attorney from the Dominican Republic. The Children's Law Center is a non-profit organization that has represented more than 175,000 children in New York City family courts and the New York State Supreme Court domestic violence parts over the past 28 years. We are the only organization in the city primarily dedicated to representing children in custody and visitation, domestic violence, and child protective cases. Our mission is to empower young people through legal representation and support. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to share our experience representing children under 21 seeking a special immigrant juvenile status or SIJ, and to ask for your support in this critical work. Congress created SIJ to help undocumented children in foster care or guardianship situations to obtain lawful immigration status when one or both parents are unable to care for them. However, before they can apply to USCIS, they must first obtain a family court order stating that returning to their country is not in their best interest. That order is essential but it's now only the first step. Let me share two stories recently, by the way. Charlotte, 14, from Ecuador, came when she was 11 to unite with her mother after her father was incarcerated. During her interview, she recounted with tears that she crossed the jungle on foot, walked for a month through several countries, witnessed death, and was separated from her cousin, the only person she knew. Sam, 20, from Nicaragua, was abandoned by his father when he was a baby, lost his brothers due to violence, and because of political unrest and police harassment, his mother fears for his life and fled the country. In addition to this, he was aging out to benefit from this legal status. These children's stories show that legal representation alone is not enough. It also requires addressing mental health. Many of them face deep trauma, barriers to education, cultural identity, and stability. That's why, in addition to lawyers and social workers, COC now provides direct mental health support through a licensed therapist. With additional funding, we can expand these services and reach more children who deserve safety, healing, and a future. Thank you so much for standing up for New York children.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Dr. Kristen Slesser, the Director of Clinical Practice at the Children's Law Center. Thank you for allowing my testimony today. The degree of trauma experienced by many of the immigrant youth with whom we work cannot be overstated. Before migration, they may witness the murder of their parents or other family members and friends, experience sexual assault, physical violence, domestic violence, and extreme poverty. Many escape gang violence, political violence, and human trafficking. Migration itself is often terrifying and violent, with youth witnessing or experiencing sexual violence, severe injury, death, kidnapping, malnourishment, and dehydration. Unaccompanied immigrant youth are significantly more likely to have experienced or witnessed extreme traumatic events than those children who migrate with family. More than 50% of unaccompanied minors experience between 1 and 3 traumatic events, and nearly 40% experience more than 4 such events. It is not surprising that rates of post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, borderline personality disorder, substance use, and psychosis are higher among immigrant youth than those who are born here. Many also present with anger and aggression. To be clear, these are expected reactions to horrific circumstances. Immigrant youth are forced to face these mental health challenges along with the stress of acculturation, which includes increasingly hostile and violent anti-immigrant and explicitly racist sentiment and policies, and fewer legal protections from state violence, especially ICE raids. Certainly, this violence and hostility exacerbate the mental health challenges such children and teens already face, or they are the cause of it. The fear and harm created by such policies and the threat of deportation, either of themselves or their family members, results in chronic traumatic stress. This chronic activation of the stress response system in children and teens leads to both immediate and long-term impairments in physical and mental health, impacting every aspect of their lives. Threat of deportation, cost, discrimination, and fear of discrimination are the primary obstacles immigrant youth must overcome to seek and receive mental and physical health care, let alone disclose traumatic events. These are the very reasons why immigrant youth, regardless of legal status, are less likely to access social services, medical care, and legal protections. Immigrant youth, like all youth, deserve to access safe, confidential, trauma-informed, and culturally and linguistically responsive care. Above all else, they deserve safety. Please help the Children's Law Center provide this support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sebastian Vante. I'm the Associate Vice President of Street Work Project at Safe Horizon, the largest victim services organization in the country. Every year, 250,000 people seek safety through our services. Clients come to us following experiences of physical violence, sexual violence, community violence, emotional abuse, and exploitation. I have submitted my full written testimony, including information about Street Work Project for Homeless Youth, Immigration Law Project, and Anti-Trafficking Program. The point I want to stress today is that increased ICE enforcement, the climate of fear, the potential for deportation, and family separations, as well as the limited pathways to status, are creating increased stress and anxiety amongst our non-citizen clients. And there is an overwhelming and unmet need for culturally and linguistically competent mental health services in New York City. Health and mental health are inextricably linked to safety, individual safety, public safety. When survivors of violence and trauma are further victimized and deprived of support, including by the very systems that should be assisting them, we perpetuate cycles of violence and trauma. When we isolate immigrant survivors, we further harm their sense of stability and safety. When survivors do not have access to the services and care they need, their mental health naturally suffers. Safe Horizon has seen a dramatic increase in immigrant and undocumented survivors seeking our immediate assistance. The city's overwhelmed systems have left countless in tenuous circumstances, food and housing insecure and desperate for work, making them even more vulnerable to abuse, exploitation, and trafficking. We need our city and state governments to step up to ensure that all New Yorkers, regardless of immigration status, have the support they need to find safety, healing, and justice. The Trump administration is targeting immigrants across the country. The longstanding policy that keeps ICE from arresting undocumented people at or near sensitive locations, including houses of worship, schools, and hospitals, are being abandoned. ICE and other federal agents now appear in immigration court waiting outside to take away non-citizens who are just following the rules. With the fear of ICE preventing survivors and their families from going to school, seeking medical care, and accessing justice, the health, safety, and well-being of entire communities are being impacted. And the Trump administration is working to force cities, states, and organizations into cooperating with federal authorities. By striking fear in immigrant communities, the federal government only enables abusers and traffickers who often use the threat of arrest and deportation to silence their victims. This harms survivors, destabilizes communities, and threatens public safety. We are doing our best to meet the legal and mental health needs of our clients. StreetWork has a psychiatric nurse practitioner, a therapist, but they can only do but so much. Nearly all, if not all, of our StreetWork clients have experienced violence or trauma. Many are fleeing violence in their home countries. Many have experienced violence en route to New York. Many have experienced or witnessed violence here, and many continue to be traumatized by our systems. These young people deserve mental health services and supports. We try to provide therapeutic support using an interpreter, but the interpreter often feels uncomfortable, or the client does. Non-citizens youth would benefit from an expanded pool of interpreters, especially interpreters who speak West African tribal languages like Pular, Wolof, and Fulani. We are grateful that the council invested so heavily in immigration services in this budget, and we urge the mayor in Albany to follow suit, especially in response to ongoing threats to federal funding. I urge the council to take decisive action to address the many obstacles that immigrant survivors, including immigrant youth, routinely face in our city. We owe it to them to provide a pathway to safety, stability, and opportunity, and it's our collective responsibility to ensure that no survivor is left behind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and members of the committee. My name is Sierra Kraft, and I'm the Executive Director of iCare. We're a coalition of legal service providers working to expand legal representation for unaccompanied immigrant children. As many panelists have already mentioned, the youth we serve have already endured extreme violence, trauma, and instability before reaching New York. And once here, they're now being fast-tracked through a deportation proceeding without the guaranteed right to an attorney, and judges are moving their cases forward before they even have a chance to retain one. We're talking years of uncertainty, complex hearings they don't understand, and constant fear. For a child, that compounds trauma. We're seeing the impact daily, whether it be anxiety, depression, sleeplessness, difficulty in school, and just frankly feeling like they don't belong or are welcome in this city. With increased scrutiny on sponsors, we're seeing shelter stays prolonged and that turning into long-term foster care instead of being reunited with their loved ones here. And just last week, we had a 16-year-old girl who was in inpatient psychiatric care, had an upcoming court hearing, and she had a valid claim for and a documented basis for not appearing. So her mother tried to appear on her behalf with a medical note. But after seeing the many ICE agents outside 26 Federal Plaza, she was too fearful to enter the building. So we got a distress call from the mom, but by the time we could reach the court staff, the hearing had concluded. She missed the hearing, and now she's ordered removed. This is how these issues intersect and how they unfold in real life. A child in clinical crisis and a caregiver prepared to comply, yet the courthouse environment foreclosed participation. This is not due process, and it is a systems failure for these families striving to comply and rebuild their lives here. This fear is reinforced by a broader enforcement posture. As I'm sure you're aware, over Labor Day weekend, federal judges halted attempts to deport unaccompanied Guatemalan children, including dozens already placed on planes, citing serious due process concerns. Fortunately, there were no young New Yorkers on that flight, but that fear and trepidation walks into our court system with them. Unaccompanied children remain largely invisible in our mental health system. Sponsors often don't know where to turn, and Indigenous language services are scarce. We heard today that there's a lot of stigma, enforcement fears, and very long wait lists for preventing kids from getting care. We're recommending continued expansion of funding for trauma-informed, youth-specific mental health care with real language access, including Indigenous languages, integrating care with court and legal processes, making proactive referrals, clear accommodations and adjournments during treatments, and warm handoffs from court to care. And finally, ensuring safe access to services by shielding families seeking care from immigration enforcement in and around service sites and courts. If we don't act, we risk deepening the trauma these children already carry. With targeted investment and coordination, we can give these kids the tools to heal and thrive. Thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you all. I think one of the programs the administration mentioned around youth is these mental health hubs, which I'd never heard of. Can I ask, have any of you had experience with these mental health hubs, and what is your assessment and the quality of services that they provide?
So our program has a mental health hub located at our Harlem Drop-In Center, where we have 2 therapists that are on site. The issue with that is the linguistic, like the ability for them to connect with the new demographic of young folks that we're seeing in our drop-in center, which oftentimes speak West African dialects, and it's hard to make that connection without the use of an interpreter. But our young folks are uncomfortable with having to communicate with another person, to communicate with the person that's directly in front of them. And also, our mental health practitioner is also uncomfortable with having to communicate to someone else, to communicate to the young person. And so we've been looking at ways to recruit folks who speak French or who speak Wolof and some of the West African dialects to kind of support that work in our drop-in.
Thank you. Has anyone else had any experience with mental health hubs for young people?
So not necessarily that one, but the one that we often contact for mental health is New York PCC, but there is like a really long waiting list, and most of the time the children doesn't get any help because there is also a checklist of requirements that they ask for, including the insurance, a court order, a proof that they being like in domestic violence or other protections. There is like a really huge checklist that they prioritize those cases to put them on the wait list.
They didn't even mention wait lists, right? In earlier testimonies.
By the way,
6-month wait list. Yeah, that's pretty good. Appalling. Do y'all have, some of y'all have mentioned very specific recommendations. I just would like to give an opportunity if there are additional concrete things that we could recommend the administration do right now today, not wait for a charrette in some unknown time in the future.
I would say that some recommendation, something that was curious to me, like interviewing children and also family for stage cases, especially, that they have mentioned all of them that as soon as the government says that they're gonna cut funds for the federal, they stop from providing any services, and they say that will no longer be your attorney. Someone is going to contact you. So that ended up being us because there is a guardianship petition, and the Children's Law Center received intake directly from family courts. So all those cases came to us as a regular guardianship petition and custody. So we need to have the same treatment of all of them. But in addition to that, we have to file petition and complete affidavit using interpreter. I'm being the primarily one doing Spanish interpretations because the high demand of the cases. And also it's too expensive, and we are non-profit organizations. And for us to schedule for an interpreter, they do like 3 hours minimum, although we don't need 2 hours for the interviews. And in addition to the interviews, to get the information from the kids, we need to draft the affidavits, calling them back, and then translate the affidavit so they understand what they're going to be signing. So all of them have said that they don't know how to communicate. They sure being grateful that we reach out to them, because now we have to do all their paperwork. Also, the attorneys who has been providing assistance to them, and from Cayuga, that's the most organization they mentioned, they don't have interpreter. We have to do the interview even for the parents in the languages and provide all the assistance to them from the beginning. And they said that they didn't know what to do. So we were like providing some places that they can go for translations. And lately, because they also need to notarize those affidavits, so we're being included in their firms, languages, so we can speed the process, because they age now multiple cases that we receive right now. So we're being like multitasking on the assistant, not just the legal assistant.
Right.
That's why now we also have Christine to help us with therapists, because there is not too many social workers. And it's really heartbreaking listening those kids, especially myself, because as an attorney that has experience, I'm helping the attorneys because it's too many cases, preparing those affidavits, being a translator, and doing many things so that they can really show up for those cases in court. And those kids, aging out, they don't have enough time to benefit from this. And they don't have any help outside for the city.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing, and certainly for the testimony of the experience. Hopefully it will inform, and administration will be listening, that we will all be listening to do better. We have to build this infrastructure and stop punting it to nonprofit providers, expecting them to do more with much less. Yeah, sure.
So this is the first step, as I explained. But the trauma also continues after they got that order.
That's right.
Because they need to apply to use USCIS, but they don't know how to do it. They don't have any support after that. They need to hire an attorney. And now that they know that there is not a lot of organizations out there helping them with the applications, they're charging more money to them. So they got the order, but they don't know what to do. And recently I heard that it was a sponsor for a short period of time for people who was aging out, that they were like providing some pilot projects to cover the expenses for the applications, because not only to complete the application, they need to pay for the fees. And then they are alone, totally alone after they got the order. Although we do a lot for them to get the order, that's our, limit for them. They don't know what to do, and they don't have any other support after that.
Thank you. Thank you for putting that in the record. It's a critical gap that we need to address. Yeah, sure.
I just want to add that while certainly we need more services that are linguistically responsive, culturally responsive, we also have families that are too afraid to leave their homes to attend appointments in person. And of course, if NYPD is colluding with ICE, and I understand that District Court Judge Castle recently ruled that what ICE is doing in courthouses is legal, that assumes, of course, that the ICE agents are actually ICE agents, but of course they show up without warrants, without badges, without identifying themselves. They also physically assault children and families. They are themselves committing crimes, which of course goes unrecognized, and that's part of the trauma that is exacerbated among youth. And so any pressure that can be put on NYPD to actually enforce law rather than collude with ICE, that would be wonderful. And some way of creating safety so that families can actually attend services in person and certainly within their communities, or to expand access such that there can be more home visits so that families who are too afraid, rightly, to leave their homes can still receive care.
Yeah. I think you point out two interventions we heard nothing about. Number one, expanding telemedicine, right? Telehealth. And also, how do we bring services to people, right? Nada. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to highlight her point as well, and also further collaboration between providers and interagency task force so that we're all kind of on the same page, speaking the same language. Because I don't think as you asked, I don't think something exists anymore for unaccompanied youth, and I think it's greatly needed right now to resurrect something like that.
Great, thank you. Thank you again for all the work you're doing, and I hope you're also taking care of yourselves. Thank you. Next, we have Aracelis Lucero Arianaco. Arianaco, I'm not going to try to pronounce. Omorakbon, Jamie Polovich, and Rachel Goldsmith. You caught me in mid-smirk, laughter, horror. You want to start?
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Pilovich. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Senior Manager of Systems Access and Shelter Compliance at the Coalition for the Homeless. Thank you to Chair Aviles and the rest of the committee for holding today's hearing. We will be submitting longer written joint testimony with our colleagues at the Legal Aid Society, but I'll be focusing my verbal testimony on the needs of immigrant New Yorkers that the city defines as new arrivals who are experiencing homelessness. Our first recommendation is that the city must stop the use of non-DHS new arrival shelters. The current standard of shelter delivery in the non-DHS new arrival shelters, also known as HERCs, specifically for single adults, is unacceptable. These large congregate settings lack case management, let alone mental health services, consistently functioning bathroom facilities, standard beds, and are often riddled with bed bugs. The conditions that people are subjected to in the non-DHS shelters, on top of the city failing to meet their health care needs, the fear of contact with federal immigration enforcement authorities, and lack of adequate translation and legal support is traumatic alone. But for most, they are experiencing this in addition to still carrying with them the weight of the trauma that led them to this country and possibly additional trauma they experienced getting here. Therefore, in addition to the other recommendations I will outline, we are calling on the city to expedite the transition of new arrivals still in need of shelter into the DHS system and cease their use of the non-DHS shelters for new arrivals. Second, I would like to outline recommendations related to improving the screening and appropriate placements of new arrivals. New York City has an extensive municipal shelter system to ensure its most vulnerable residents can access a safe place to stay each night. Despite this, new arrivals, and especially those with disabilities and mental health conditions, continue to go without the necessary accommodations to meet their needs. First, we ask for the implementation of comprehensive and culturally responsive screenings for disability and mental health conditions at all shelters serving new arrivals to ensure people are, one, connected to suitable clinical services, and two, placed or transferred into suitably accessible shelters. We also ask that the city provide on-site social services of all types at all types of shelters serving new arrivals. Three, to We ask the city to track and regularly analyze currently and anticipated disability-related and mental health needs in all shelter types to inform necessary accessible capacity. We also ask that the city accommodate transfers for new arrivals into appropriate DHS shelters as fast as possible, especially those with disabilities and or mental health conditions that are exacerbated in large congregate non-DHS shelter settings. And last, just overarchingly, which we've heard a lot about today, including outside of the shelter system, also inside the shelter system, we need to invest in trauma-informed support services with a special emphasis on staff professional development with accountability metrics to make sure that the trainings are being done and that people are practicing what they're learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Araceli Sucero. I'm the Executive Director of MASA. We have a long history of working with thousands of immigrants, families citywide, especially undocumented and Indigenous-speaking families from Latin America. Our immigrant community continues to face what we can only be described as targeted attacks. We must not forget that many of our neighbors have no choice but to try to push through, often because they have children and families depending on them. Resilience is not new for immigrants. It's a survival skill they've always had to cultivate, but the constant uncertainty about their futures takes a dangerous toll on their mental health. From our most recent work supporting immigrants navigate their immigration cases pro se, we have seen how addressing and supporting their mental health needs is critical to their ability to move through the often dizzying and archaic immigration process, where things are always evolving and where the threat of showing up to their hearings can mean not coming back home. I'd like to highlight a few cases that exemplify the loops and hurdles our community has to go through as an immigrant New Yorker, especially as it relates to their mental health. We've been working with a Mixteco-speaking single mother of 4 since 2012, and we're able to work with the pro bono legal service community to win their U visa case a few years ago. Today, all 4 are adults, yet each of them continues to struggle with the deep toll of their status and the lack of language access growing up. They describe feeling depressed, anxious, and at their lowest points, unwilling to continue living. Their story shows us how the absence of mental health support in immigrant households can shape not just one life, but the trajectory of an entire family. Only mom has been able to successfully obtain her green card so far, with the rest of their applications being rejected, and we're currently helping them with the appeal process with the help of some immigration attorneys. But more specifically, we're working with one of the community members in that family who is in deportation proceedings after missing an important deadline to present more evidence after filing his adjustment of status due to his mental health. He has no health insurance, and all the programs we tried to refer him to were at capacity. The only solution we found was to work with his family to relocate him temporarily out of state, where he stayed 3 months with the loving support of his eldest sister, trying to get back on his feet. He is now back in New York with a new outlook on life as he prepares with our immigration attorneys for his final deportation hearing in mid-November. Furthermore, systemic discrimination, especially towards Indigenous speakers or those of languages of limited diffusion, is very evident in almost every sector. Most recently, there is a growing concern in the housing sector, where landlords and unscrupulous management companies are taking advantage of immigrant community members by unlawfully renting, without providing a lease, apartments they can't legally rent, only for them to be evicted overnight, losing almost all of their belongings. This happened to an entire building in East Harlem, where most tenants were Indigenous mom speakers of Guatemala, losing their deposits after also having paid 1 full month of broker fees. We also are working with Indigenous-speaking families in East Harlem through our Home Visiting Early Childhood program, and families living along what will now be the expanded Q train line up to 125th Street have shared that they were notified by the MTA and others that in any moment they would have to move and would be given just a month notice to move. These are just 2 examples of hundreds of families who we have tried to help. However, as the immigrant anti-political climate rises with ICE enforcement and detention, undocumented immigrants are more reluctant to exercise their housing rights and have been threatened by landlords and management companies with calls to immigration to deport them if they don't leave quietly. This has created an unsurmountable amount of stress, anxiety, and feelings of hopelessness as families lose everything and are forced to move in overcrowded apartments that are already housing multiple families. We're extremely concerned about the well-being. We're also extremely concerned about the well-being of children and youth in undocumented and immigrant households, especially on the eldest children who often have to bear the weight of having to serve as interpreters and feel the toll of having to step up when families are separated. As such, we are calling the City Council to increase and secure more resources citywide for culturally and linguistically fluent staff to provide free mental health services to undocumented and uninsured community members. Although we count with a list of trusted mental health resources, all of whom have been vetted and do amazing work, many are already overburdened with significant waitlists. To provide community-based organizations with additional funds to train staff or hire qualified staff to provide mental health support to immigrants, especially those navigating their own immigration cases pro se, families with small children, and Black and brown single men who are racially profiled and targeted, with Black immigrant men being detained for longer periods of time. We totally support the Dignity in Schools Act and decreasing policing and not using our resources in those ways, but investing in multilingual health pipelines to train culturally and linguistically responsive providers at the schools, to continue to support funding to the DOE on language access and parent engagement, and last but not least, of course, to continue to support language justice. Without language justice, there's no social justice and quality services for immigrants, especially those who speak languages of limited diffusion. The city needs to continue to support all efforts to improve our language access capacity, including continuing to fund the Language Justice Collaborative, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes, okay. So good afternoon, Chair Vilas, and thank you for holding today's hearing. My name is Ainakwe B. Omaragba, and I'm a social worker and a policy advocate with subject matter expertise in gender-based violence and family, youth, and children's services. I serve as the New York policy manager, at African Communities Together, where I drive our hair braiding, our Right to Shelter campaign, and I also get to work full-time on Language Justice Collaborative to eliminate language and cultural barriers to immigrants' access to public services. So I'm here today to highlight the need to increase access to inclusive and equitable mental health services for long-term and recently arrived African migrants living in New York City. I won't go through all of the statistics from 2022, but we do know a lot of new arrivals came to New York City seeking asylum and other protection in the United States. Many of these people were forced to leave their home countries because of drought, sexual and gender-based violence against women and girls, experiencing physical assault for being members of the LGBTQIA community, and the list goes on. Many refugees exposed to this height of adversity have diverse mental health needs and may be at greater risk for experiencing mental health conditions than members of the host, population here in New York. And for example, like when you look at young people, I think a lot of folks today were talking about young people. One of the biggest mental health challenges we've been seeing with that group is that they're experiencing a lot of powerlessness, right? Everybody who may be coming from a different country, they're experiencing trauma in the pre-migration, in the midst of the migration travel and things like that. But as a young person, many of they are at risk for difficulty like school transitions, grappling questions about religion and all of the values that they were taught growing up. Many are still trying to figure out what does it look like to desire more control in a family and not really be able to get that, right? So as a result, we've kind of seen a significant demand on mental health service agencies and community organizations that were already stretched thin here in New York, right? So as a national membership organization that's by and for African immigrants, ACT, we're dedicated to fighting for civil rights, opportunity, and a better life for our communities in the United States. The way that we're trying to approach this issue is that we've been partnering with Afrolingual, which is New York's first and premier language services cooperative, on a special project right now. It's aimed at providing no-cost interpretation to recently arrived migrants for access to healthcare and mental health services. Some of the things we've been doing is that we've worked with Afrolingual to, increase the support of languages from 10 to 20 African languages, including but not limited to Pular, Bambara, Swahili, etc., right?
We've also been trying to help Afrolingual increase their staff from 10 to 20 staff members, which is a big help here in New York. These new interpreters would then be asked to undergo a comprehensive 60-hour community interpretation program, trauma-informed interpreting and medical terminology, et cetera, et cetera. And after strengthening their team, Afrolingual will be working with New York City Health and Hospitals, including but not exclusive to Harlem Hospital, Bellevue, Lincoln, to provide 400 hours of no-cost interpretation services to 200 to 300 individuals. The only thing that I'll tell you is that, early this month, ACT, we actually hosted 2 mental health sessions aimed at breaking that stigma around mental health in New York's African communities. Many people for the first time, they had the opportunity to say how they feel. Are you feeling okay? Are you feeling anxious? Are you overwhelmed? Those might seem like simple things to say, but for many people who are told not to speak about your mental health, that was a big deal. And, we even had some people crying. We also had some staff members who were sharing their experiences, experiencing mental health needs and things like that, because many of our staff are either migrants, asylum seekers, children of immigrants, etc. So this work is personal for us, right? So I just want the City Council to continue to see ACT and Afrolingual as a resource in solving this challenge now and in years to come. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Rachel Goldsmith, a licensed clinical social worker and the Director of Social Work for the Legal Aid Society. As mentioned, we will be submitting a detailed joint testimony with the coalition, but here are some things I wanted to share today. Immigrants built our city and continue to make invaluable contributions. Despite New York City generally being a safe place for immigrants to reside, our immigrant community members are more fearful than ever. While anti-immigrant rhetoric is not new, negative messaging in the media has increased hostility and attacks directed towards immigrants. Under the current administration, people are emboldened to demean, threaten, and report their neighbors and community members. ICE officers have been given the freedom to target immigrants based on racial identity. Showing up for necessary appointments at doctors, schools, offices, and court venues comes with an increased risk of detention and deportation. As we saw during the pandemic, isolation from social networks and communities had a significant impact on mental health. Under Trump 2.0, we are seeing increased isolation again, this time with immigrants fearing completing daily tasks due to the potential for ICE enforcement. The mental health needs of immigrants are layered. Many immigrants are processing trauma from experiences in their home countries or from their migration experience. While many immigrants are coming to this country seeking asylum, we should not assume that asylum seekers are the only people who have experienced trauma and need that support. But also, individuals with no previous history of mental health symptoms are also susceptible to adverse mental health conditions because of stress due to fears of immigration enforcement. Depression and anxiety are common responses to this stress. As a result, it's essential that all immigrants can access necessary mental health supports. Also, members of mixed status households, school staff, religious congregation, and other friends and community members of immigrants are deeply impacted by what's happening. Their mental health is impacted and they need support and services as well. At the Legal Aid Society, many of our clients have not heard of programs such as NYC Care and the health and mental health services that can be offered for free. The city must continue to increase its direct outreach efforts and notify the public about these services. With each new hostile anti-immigrant policy, communities will continue to question whether they can access services even if they were previously told that they are available. Due to stigma around accessing mental health care in many immigrant communities, outreach efforts must come with psychoeducation that clarifies the nature of the services. And furthermore, as was mentioned in the last panel, due to concerns about immigration enforcement, community members may be only willing to do by phone, by video, so they need the technology to do it and accessible providers. We also need to provide reassurance that ICE will not be called if you show up to a program, if you show up to a hospital. Additionally, with potential cuts to Medicaid coverage looming and healthcare premiums rising, we expect the need for NYC Care and other community-based mental health support to increase. Do not assume that services are not needed simply because people have not yet accessed them. We should assume that there are significant mental health needs that are unaddressed, and these needs will continue to increase as fear and isolation continue. Thank you.
You touched on everything that I'm like,
Why are we not planning for these things? I know, obviously, the environment is so uncertain, but we are certain that it's going to get worse. And we are certain that the demands are going to increase quite significantly. And we do have some tools and experiences in the past, and it is mind-blowing to me that much of that is still very much in the background. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your work. Yeah, thank you. I wish I had more to say, but I keep saying the same thing. We need to do better. We need to hold each other down, take care of ourselves. And administration, folks from Moya are here listening. I thank them for being here. They normally cut out. Most agencies cut out, but thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge that you're listening, so I appreciate you. Yes, please.
I really appreciated the point you made that didn't necessarily get addressed about supporting the staff doing this work, that people with immigration experiences who are worried about their own situation, their communities, their neighbors are the ones doing a lot of this work. And this is long-term work. This isn't short-term work. And so I think we need to also, we can add more staff, but if the staff are overwhelmed, if they're traumatized, that doesn't solve everything. So I appreciate your focus on that issue. It's so important.
No, thank you for that. I mean, they say it themselves, right? You need staff from CBO partners, are immigrants themselves, are experiencing that trauma themselves and helping other people, and we have no programs and supports for them. Flag raising apparently is a thing. Thank you for that. We need to do better in this measure as well. Thank you. Next, we have Zareen Yakibe. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Nat Monghe, Ashley Lin, and Mao Adeline Zhao from Mao from Garden of Hope. Great. Ashley from Korean American Family Service Center, Nat from Asian American Federation, and Zareen from Arab American Family Support Center. Thank you. Would you like to start?
Good afternoon. Thank you for holding this hearing and for allowing us to testify. My name is Adeline Zhao, and I serve as a mental health counselor at Garden of Hope, a linguistically and culturally competent nonprofit organization dedicated to serving adults, seniors, youth, and children affected by domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, hate violence, and other forms of violence, as well as promoting family well-being, community justice, and providing mental health services to the Asian communities. We are here today testifying alongside our partners from the Asian American Mental Health Roundtable. Asian immigrant communities need healthcare providers who deliver culturally and linguistically competent services that recognize how language, culture, and history shape mental well-being. Mental health also must be understood in the context of family dynamics, cultural expectations, and intergenerational relationships, as many families face overlapping challenges such as language barriers, cultural adjustments, economic stress, and stigma that affect the whole household. At Garden of Hope, we have seen firsthand how culturally specific, language-accessible services can make a difference. Our programs are tailored to address the unique needs of Asian immigrants in New York City. In 2024, we provided over 4,000 trauma-informed mental health individual counseling sessions, with 94% of adult clients having limited English proficiency. And this year, our youth program solely supported more than 100 families with counseling, parenting classes, and mental health-related workshops and events. With a dedicated team of 21 bilingual staff members and 9 licensed social workers and mental health counselors, we deliver culturally competent mental health services that overcome barriers and promote well-being. We respectfully urge the City Council to further assist immigrant mental health by investing in Asian-led CBOs, increasing funding for mental health initiatives tailored to the specific needs of Asian American immigrants, and expanding financial budget of the Mayor's office to strengthen and sustain support for immigrant mental health initiatives to reduce stigma. And only with your continued support, we can build a future where Asian immigrant families have equitable access to the mental health resources that they deserve. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to Chair Alexa Vilas and the members of the Committee on Immigration for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ashley Lin, and I serve as the Community Engagement Advocate for the Korean American Family Service Center, KAFSC. We are proud members of the Asian American Federation's Asian American Mental Health Roundtable. For over 35 years, KFSC has supported immigrant survivors of gender-based violence, offering safety, healing, and hope throughout culturally and linguistically accessible services. At KFSC, we see every day how trauma from domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse intersects with the deep stigma around mental health in immigrant communities. Our clients, primarily Korean and other Asian immigrants, women often carry trauma in silence, weighed down by shame, isolation, and fear. For many, it is only when they come to us that they speak about their abuse for the very first time. In this current political climate, the challenges are even greater. Language barriers, immigration concerns, and the fear of deportation leave survivors with nowhere else to turn. I think of a Korean immigrant woman who came to us recently. She had no legal status, speaks almost no English, and endures relentless violence at home. She told us that she was terrified to reach out for help, believing that if she called the police, she might be separated from her children or deported. For her and many others like her, the lack of culturally responsive and linguistically accessible care in this mainstream system makes survival feel impossible. That is why KFSC's mental health services are so essential. Our trauma-informed counseling, bilingual case management, and culturally specific clinical support are often the first and only lifeline for survivors, and the demand is growing. Yet today, these life-saving services are at risk. Federal funding cuts have already reduced our capacity. Survivors are waiting longer to see a counselor, and some lose hope before they can even make it through. We cannot allow immigrant survivors to fall through the cracks. We urge the City Council to invest in community-based organizations like ours that deliver culturally and linguistically competitive mental health care, and to increase funding for initiatives and directly support AAPI communities. By sustaining and expanding city programs that address immigrant mental health, it prevents hate crimes and strengthens services for vulnerable populations. You can ensure that no survivor is left invisible or unsupported. At KFSC, we are committed to ensuring that every survivor can access mental health care that speaks their language, understands their culture, and honors their resilience. We ask you to stand with us building this mental health system that truly includes all New Yorkers. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity for allowing me to testify today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Velas and members of the Committee on Immigration. My name is Zareen Yakubi, and I serve as a mental health clinician and supervisor at the Arab American Family Support Center, otherwise known as AAFFC. AAFFC provides linguistically accessible, trauma-informed, and multi-generational social services. While our doors are open to all New Yorkers, we have particular expertise in serving the growing Arab, Middle Eastern, North African, Muslim, and South Asian communities across the city. As members of AAF's Asian American Mental Health Roundtable, we are here today to highlight the urgent mental health needs of New York's Pan-Asian and immigrant communities. The Roundtable is advocating for increased funding for community-based organizations to expand and sustain their mental health services. These resources ensure that all New Yorkers have access to care that is both effective and accessible. At AAFFC, we make our services accessible by providing them free of charge and in a setting where clinicians understand our clients' backgrounds and speak their languages. For many of our clients, we are one of the only providers offering this level of support. Federal funding freezes and delays have created unprecedented uncertainty for our mental health program. AAFFC alone faces a potential $1.1 million shortfall amid an 80% increase in referrals to our mental health program. We lack endowments or reserve funds to bridge gaps while awaiting federal decisions, like many CBOs. Without support, essential services such as mental health counseling and domestic violence intervention are at risk. Recent federal policies have placed immigrant communities in immediate jeopardy by escalating immigration enforcement actions, rolling back protections, slashing the social safety net, and restricting access to critical services. We are already seeing the consequences. Students are afraid to leave shelters, families are foregoing critical social services, such as food stamps, out of fear of sharing personal information with federal agencies, and mental health requests have surged by 80% at our organization. In response, we expanded mental health, legal, and outreach services, strengthened facility security, and trained staff to respond to potential ICE actions. But sustaining these programs requires the city's support. New York City must invest in immigrant mental health now. Without action, vulnerable communities will face worsening outcomes with lasting harm. We urge the Council to strengthen initiatives that sustain care, prevent crisis, and ensure equitable access for all, including investing in Asian-led, Asian-serving community CBOs that deliver linguistically competent mental health services, both clinical and non-clinical, along with case management tailored to the unique needs of Asian American immigrant communities. Also to expand funding for linguistically accessible mental health initiatives that break down barriers that prevent Asian American and immigrant New Yorkers from seeking and receiving care. Also to develop a linguistically competent mental health workforce by creating pathways and fast-track programs that empower skilled immigrants to serve their own communities. And lastly, increase the mayor's office budget to strengthen and sustain immigrant mental health programs. Investing in these initiatives is not just an investment in mental health, it is a commitment to protecting New York's most vulnerable residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Chair Alexa Aviles and members of the Committee on Immigration for holding this hearing and providing us with the opportunity to testify. This is actually my first time testifying, so I've been super excited about today. My name is Nat Mogay, the new advocacy coordinator at the Asian American Federation, where we proudly represent a collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. So since 2017, AAF has connected nearly 13,000 individuals to culturally competent services and launched initiatives like the Hope Against Hate campaign, the first ever Asian American online mental health provider database, which personally helped me as a South Asian queer and trans activist, as well as a first generation American, as I was out without care for 4 years, and the Mental Health Resource Hub. I'm honored to testify alongside our partners from the Asian American Mental Health Roundtable. So with the current federal administration's growing attacks on immigrant communities, the mental health burden on Asian American New Yorkers has significantly increased, especially for those with existing mental health struggles and or limited English proficiency. Nearly 45% of all Asians in New York City and 72% of our seniors have limited English proficiency, which means that it's harder for them to access the help that they need. Suicide rates are alarmingly high amongst young Asian Americans and elderly Asian women, and recent surveys indicate high levels of concern about anti-Asian bias in the community. Today we'll be discussing why increased city investment in immigrant mental health is essential due to the rising demand and prevention of worsening outcomes. So in today's political climate, we respectfully request that the City Council increase or improve initiatives to help us sustain our mental health work to prevent and address crises before they arise, including investing in Asian-led, Asian-serving CBOs that provide culturally competent, non-clinical and clinical mental health services and case management tailored to the needs of Asian American immigrants, increasing funding for mental health initiatives tailored to the specific linguistic needs of Asian Americans. We'd also like to see investment in a linguistically and culturally competent mental health care workforce, including programs to fast-track skilled immigrants. And lastly, increasing the financial budget of the mayor's office to strengthen and sustain support for hate crime prevention through community-based solutions, immigrant mental health initiatives to reduce stigma. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and more information on our mental health work will be found on our written testimony, and we look forward to working with you on these initiatives to support our communities.
Thank you all and welcome. This is the first hearing in this room, so we're sharing first. Can you, both of you mentioned the competent workforce and expanding that workforce, but we didn't really hear any city initiatives targeting that aspect to help us grow the infrastructure. Could you talk a little bit more, perhaps give any particular recommendations that you think about that to offer?
Okay, I could touch base a little about this. I think we've seen increased engagement in, enrolling in grad school programs. These are costly programs. They require, year-long internships, and then post-graduation require kind of, getting your hours towards licensure. It's very timely, and most of the time, when these folks are working in CBOs, they're underpaid, they're overworked, and the demand is a lot. And so there's a lot of susceptibility to burnout, to lack of retention. And in recent times, I think there's been a lot of motivation for some of these folks to leave the community-based organizations and go into private practice because of an incentive to make more money, to control their schedule and flexibility. We've also just been seeing a decreased engagement in specifically persons of colors enrolling in mental health-based workforce. Again, probably because of the cost opportunity trade-off that exists there. As far as incentives, I'm on a PLC that's talking about perhaps maybe incentivizing CBOs to have a 4-day work week. Obviously, increasing salaries would be amazing. But obviously we're restricted to our fundings. More boundaries around, expectations at work, caseload volume, maybe more wellness kind of incentives. These are just some of my basic ideas.
Yeah, just to echo that, like a lot of, I think, treatment and programs and trainings that center the care of the workers, the people out there doing the work. I think, as we mentioned before, also language is a huge barrier, and with that also just comes a major fear for our community. As was mentioned in other testimonies, a fear of going out, a fear of applying and participating in systems. So yeah, I think there's definitely multiple levels to that.
Thank you. Thank you for your requests in terms of, the very specific elements of needing to invest more in Asian-led CBOs. 100%. The community has grown, is under great duress right now. We absolutely agree. I will say my one point of objection here is an increase to the mayor's office. He's the executive that controls the budget. He should be increasing that budget substantially if this is important to him, like he does with other city agencies. So I'm going to push back on that one and say we should be expecting him to maximize the support for this office, for immigrant communities in particular. But the rest of us need to continue to invest more without question. So thank you. Thank you all for your testimony and the work that you're doing in the community. Next, we'll have Galloway, Aldonza Buerba, Stephanie Rovine, and Sarah Williams. Would you like to start? So put your mic on.
Oh, thank you. So I'm a little nervous too. I didn't prepare anything, but I've been listening carefully, and really great to hear of all the great work that's going on. And I'm sorry our H&H people are not here to hear all of this. I think there are wonderful people in those organizations, in those administrations, but there's a big gap between them and what's actually happening on the ground. And that's kind of what I wanted to speak about. I'm a physician, was an internist, now a psychiatrist. Worked for in H&H for many years, 40 years and more. Currently working with my partner Kaya at a community, an organization that provides multi-services to immigrants and asylum seekers. So I just wanted to, I don't want to go over everything that everyone else said, but I just a couple of things. One is that, well, I would say I've worked with many, many immigrants over the years. And of course, things are a lot harder right now. And I think one of the things that's caused, and we've seen it in our center, is that people are so scared and so preoccupied with, the problems, obvious housing, immigration, everything else, that mental health takes a real back priority. And it's understandable. So it's not surprising that nobody's calling their number. And even before this, people don't necessarily identify that they have a mental health problem. Some cultures don't, stigmatize that. So I think that's a big issue, and we've seen that in our organization as well. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that I think there's a whole range of problems and levels of problems that people have, which range, different traumas, different resiliencies, different responses. So when we say mental health, we tend to think of psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, specially trained. But there's a wide range of other services and modalities that can help people. So for very severely troubled people, bad PTSD, severe depression or anxiety, things like other mental health problems, they need mental health services, in a hospital or a clinic or with a provider. But there are many people who can really benefit from other modalities of treatment, especially groups or even individual sessions where they can tell about their experiences and share their feelings and be heard in a sympathetic way, and also to talk to each other and share experiences and provide support to each other. Peer support, somebody mentioned. So, and we do stress management groups and wellness groups at our center, just teaching people ways to deal with crises, to ground themselves, and also stress management techniques like yoga, meditation, stuff like that. And those can be, they're evidence-based, and they can be incredibly helpful. So, and don't require, a highly trained people, but not a highly trained person. One other thing I did want to say is that, in the health and hospitals, we worked a lot with translators, of course. And there are ways to do it that have been developed that don't necessarily interfere with as much with the provider-patient or the counselor-patient interaction. And that's, we can train interpreters to do, and providers to do that. And the last thing I want to say is that I've worked a lot in provider wellness, and we are currently working on some way to address the stress for our volunteers in our organization. So
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Such important work to share how we can continue to train each other to support each other during these incredibly stressful times. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aldonza Huerva, and I'm the Mental Health Coordinator at Mixteca, a community-based organization in Sunset Park that has served the Latin and Indigenous immigrant community for 25 years. In New York City, immigrant communities face deep and urgent mental health needs, yet there is a critical gap. Too often, services are not culturally or linguistically appropriate, leaving people without meaningful care. We see high levels of stress and anxiety fueled by the uncertainty of political climate, fear of deportation, and the overwhelming challenges of navigating unfamiliar systems. Many community members are survivors of violence or abuse, yet they do not report it due to fear, isolation, or mistrust. These experiences, along with other mental health conditions, create layers of trauma that require specialized and culturally rooted support. When someone has faced immigration trauma, violence, and systemic barriers, a standard counseling session is not enough. Healing must happen in a space where people feel safe, understood, and connected to their culture. At Mixteca, this is what we try to provide. We're a home away from home where community members know they will be welcomed and seen. In 2024, our team of just 4 people delivered nearly 4,000 mental health services, not including the case management, outreach, and basic needs support we also provide. The demand is overwhelming and has also had repercussions in our team's well-being. And while we constantly face a waitlist for individual counselings, we make sure no one is left without care by offering ongoing support groups, healing spaces, and even mental health kits that give people tools for coping and self-regulation at home. Our interventions are culturally specific and trauma-informed, blending contemporary mental health practices with tradition. You can find us holding a support group for women survivors of violence in a kitchen, reimagined as a space of healing and empowerment, or planting corn in a community garden, where connection to nature and heritage becomes a source of collective healing. These approaches are lifelines, but they are rare and severely underfunded. Without more allies and resources, immigrant communities will continue to face long wait lists and limited access to care. If we truly want to address the mental health crisis in our city, we must invest in culturally specific, trauma-informed, and community-focused programs. When we invest in these services, we are building our future rooted in healing, equity, and collective resilience for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Velez. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Galloway. I serve as the Advocacy Manager at the LA Fournet Center, the nation's largest provider of housing and supportive services for LGBTQ young people experiencing homelessness. Every day at our drop-in center and shelters, we hear the horrific stories of young people who've had to flee their home countries because it was unsafe for them to live authentically as LGBTQ people. Many of our migrant clients endure violence, rejection, and persecution of their journey here, only to face further trauma and barriers once they arrive in New York City. Instead of finding safety and healing, too many are being re-traumatized by the systems meant to support them. What we see consistently is a deep and growing need for mental health services, specifically for 21 to 24-year-old males who are coming to us with acute trauma symptoms like depression, anxiety, and PTSD that cannot be addressed without accessible, affirming care. But for providers like LA Fournet Center, we cannot meet this demand without more resources and city investment. So what we're urging the council to prioritize is mental health infrastructures for migrant communities, including bringing back and expanding the Be Heard model across all 5 boroughs, non-police response to crises rooted in care and critical for every youth who are the most vulnerable to being re-traumatized. We also need greater investments in mental health resources and training for frontline providers like ours, who are often at the first point of contact for newly arriving youth. And lastly, just to kind of drop into the reality at LA Fournet Center, we serve over 2,200 youth a year. We only have 2 bilingual case managers and 1 bilingual therapist. And that's really just mostly Spanish and a little French. So what we know is we need more than that. And what happens is they come and then the therapist is there on the phone and we do this awkward thing and it is dehumanizing. And when you're trying to share the most vulnerable parts of your experience, it just makes you feel less trusting and less safe. And what's it's going to do if we don't address mental health, we know that corresponds with how folks get housing, how they get employment, how they're able to further being themselves. And so it's really critical that we make sure that we trust our youth to tell us what they're saying, and then we provide them what they need. So the young people we're serving have shown unimaginable resilience right now, but we need to know that there are more pathways for them to healing and less hurdles. So we need to invest. We need the city to invest in our migrant youth, especially LGBTQ migrant youth, which we're seeing more and more come to this state, so that they can access the care, not only to survive, but to be able to thrive in New York City. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm here to testify on behalf of the Healing Center on the mental health needs of immigrants in New York City. This is an extremely important topic that needs to be addressed on a collective basis in our city, and we're all at the Healing Center incredibly grateful to everyone involved in organizing this hearing, including Chairperson Aviles and the entire committee. The Healing Center is a 501c3 nonprofit organization serving survivors of gender-based violence, including domestic violence, sexual assault, and elder abuse. Survivors trust us with their deepest worries and their complex practical circumstances and the real ins and outs of how today's political climate intersects with their daily lives. And we're often a first stop for survivors' mental health concerns. And we see directly on a daily basis the toll that our unfolding political climate takes on everybody that we serve. Survivors that we work with typically have already experienced trauma that's profoundly affected their well-being, including abuse by intimate partners in their process of migration, by family members, friends, supers, landlords, and a number of people in their lives. But they're now additionally facing an influx of messages directly from our government, from the news, from social media, and from their surrounding communities about the continuous threat to their residents in the United States and the lives that they've built here. And the constant threat of deportation, of having their lives upended, and of having all basic stability that they've built in this country taken away would take a toll on the mental health of any individual. And we're seeing this impact widely and consistently in our work with survivors. Authoritarian immigration policy is being implemented without a corresponding increase in available mental health services. And many survivors are afraid, especially at this moment in history, to seek mental health services from new organizations that they're not already familiar with. And while the Healing Centers built profound trust with our participants, we don't currently have the funds nor capacity to employ a licensed mental health counselor equipped to serve adults, which we view as an enormous remaining need. Employing an in-house mental health counselor would be life-changing for immigrant survivors who repeatedly tell us that if they didn't have to seek services from a new source, this support would be life-changing. And many are going without needed mental health services due to fears of having to go to new places for the first time. Children are currently being served by our clinical psychologist in a therapeutic capacity. This is a program that recently relaunched and couldn't have relaunched at a better time. It offers art and play therapy and specializes in work with children of immigrant families who are especially affected by everything unfolding right now. Children don't have the context to fully understand what's happening or to make sense of the threat to their families. They've repeatedly shared, the children that our psychologist works with, that they're afraid of going to school because they don't know whether their mom or dad will still be residing in the United States when they get home, and they don't feel comfortable separating, even briefly. Adult immigrants have shared that the toll on their mental health has even begun to affect them somatically and physically, and they've shared with us bodily tension, pain, nausea, and persistent dizziness and other symptoms. Authoritarian immigration policy has been introduced in a manner that I believe has not only disregarded the mental health of immigrants, but it's actually utilized fear, stress, and anxiety as a tool of control. We hope to see our city mobilized to support immigrant communities in accessing the mental health care they need, and remain available to support individuals as they process this highly unstable time. Thank you so much for gathering today to discuss this truly critical issue.
Thank you all. Galloway, you brought up such an important point of noting, right, the
the extent of the staff that you have available to address this growing need, and it just made me say, darn, I should have asked every single provider that came up here, because we'll hear the same ratio of numbers, right? Just complete underwater, and a need for more staff, and no real conversation or plan how to expand that infrastructure, how to invest in it. And you brought up a really other important point around the expansive nature of the modalities, right? And you also brought it up, right? Culturally specific, all these different ways that we can support people during these times, but just support people. So thank you for bringing forward certainly all these questions and experiences, the need for continued investment in building of this infrastructure, and the urgency that it is now, not 6 months from now, not 2 years from now. So really appreciate all that you bring and for your testimony. Thank you. Next, we're going to have Christopher Leon Johnson. Now we will turn to virtual panelists. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before diverting your testimony. Now I will call our first virtual panelist, Eduardo Antonetti.
You may begin.
Esteemed Chair Aviles and members of the Committee on Immigration, my name is Dr. Eduardo Antonetti, and I am the Senior Director of Advancement for Internationals Network. Internationals Network is an education nonprofit organization with more than 20 years of success in supporting immigrant and refugee students in New York City public schools. There are 17 international schools in New York City, and we have supported an additional 20 schools with their newcomer population since 2024. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on this important topic. Unfortunately, we are seeing firsthand that current federal immigration policies are fueling fear, trauma, and instability for immigrant and refugee students across our schools. Many students are afraid to attend school because they and their families are afraid of being detained, separated from loved ones, or deported. Many families have been forced to move between shelters and have their lives disrupted. Students are struggling to focus, risking graduation and future plans. We reviewed current student attendance rate, and they are about 5 points lower than September of last year across our schools, and overall enrollment is down more than 250 students compared to projections. In addition to our immigrant students and families, we are also concerned about the mental health and well-being of our school leaders and educators who are on the ground supporting our communities. Recently, one of our veteran principals had to address an incident where one of her students was detained. It was extremely stressful and agonizing, and she said, "This is the year that will break me." Internationals has responded to this crisis by working with state and city leaders and educators to keep students in our schools safe and supported with wraparound services, including access to legal assistance, food, clothing, shelter, and healthcare that are provided in multiple languages and culturally responsive ways. Thank you for your continued support of our public schools and our newest New Yorkers. We especially want to thank Chair Aviles for bringing attention to the important issue of addressing the mental health needs of immigrants in New York City. At Internationals Network, we are committed to serving as a resource for the students and families of New York City, as well as for the Immigration Committee. And we stand ready to answer any questions or support your efforts moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antonetti, for your testimony. Can I ask what supports are provided to you and your fellow educators who are, managing so much these days?
At Internationals, we focus on supporting the educators and the school leaders by trying to connect them with services, offering moral support, and just helping them connect families with the services if they have trouble finding them.
Great. Thank you so much. I know these are certainly trying times, but we truly appreciate the work that you're doing at Internationals for families, for staff, and for our city. So thank you for your partnership.
Thank you, Chair.
So we have now heard from everyone who signed up to testify. If we have inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify in person, please visit the Sergeant at Arms table and complete a witness slip now. If we have inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, and a member of our staff will call on you in the order of hands raised. I will now read the names of those who registered to testify but have not yet filled out a witness slip or appeared on Zoom. Sarah Fajardo, Arash Azizadi, Rex Chen, Silver, and Christopher Leon Johnson. Seeing no one else, I would like to note that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And with that, we will close this hearing.